home early.
Hear me? I'm assuming yes.
Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm posting a video right now. It is processing because unfortunately TikTok now has to review everything. But once it processes, which will take like a couple seconds, please go interact with it and tag 3 people in the comments, and I would appreciate it so much, just to push it out to the For You page.
It's okay, everyone. Mac and Iris do not respect my countdown at all.
the video is now processed. So please go like and share and do all the things. Tag 3 people. I would greatly appreciate it.
I swear, if only people could wait until my countdown is done before they start talking.
I'm sorry.
I swear.
We'll have 30 seconds of quiet.
People do not trust the process.
Oh, I just picked up on it. I'm so slow.
Are you telling me you just figured out because it's May the 4th?
I need to ask first, was I dropped so that you could create the false narrative that I was late to this live?
I didn't drop you. I don't know who dropped you.
I just think like the one time I'm early and I get dropped is just a little sus.
I didn't drop anyone.
All right, well, I'm side-eyeing you for the rest of the night is all I'm going to say.
It's acceptable. But I didn't drop anyone.
All right. So to everyone in here, can we put a background up that shows who Bobby is?
Yep.
And maybe has his username up there.
Yeah.
I sent you one, but I don't know if it's gonna.
I'll check it right now.
Can you send it in season chat?
I already did. Where do you think I sent it?
Okay, great. All right, Mac, we're going to drop you on down so we can do dual screen.
Well, we could do, do we want to do
live.
dual screen or do we want to do, like you said, well, yeah, dual screen's probably going to work better.
Yeah, dual screen because of the videos for sure.
Okay.
You're dropping me?
Well, no, I can get it here.
Mac.
The videos will work fine here. I can do it here with Mac up here.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, am I the Sith Lord, am I Darth Vader, or am I Han Solo? Who am I in this scenario, and who is Mac in this scenario?
I don't know.
And who is Bobby in this scenario?
This is just May the 4th. That's all. That's why I played this. That's why I played that. No other reason.
All right. Well, I'm going to consider myself Darth Vader coming into himself, about to unlive all the babies who are about to become Jedi. That's how feral I'm feeling at the beginning of this live. So for everyone who's just joining, we're going to be starting as soon as Ernesto gets a backdrop up, and I'm going to give a very quick overview of what we're going to be discussing so that if you need to pop in and out, you'll be able to pop, you'll know when to come back. For those of you who are not aware, there's a creator on this app named BobbyG0313. Bobby G primarily does lives about the border based on his prior experience as a Border Patrol agent. However, Bobby is also a serial harasser, creeper, stalker, and abuser on this app who has gone to extreme lengths to intimidate, silence, and scare anyone really who not simply challenges him, but makes him feel like an idiot, makes him feel insecure, or makes him feel inadequate. And he goes to extreme lengths to the point where I will say, I've not encountered this level of obsession and harassment from any other creator on this app. The purpose of this live is two things. Firstly is to sort of educate people as to who it is Bobby is, but also as part of doing that, explain how red flags that are being pointed out to people, when they're ignored, leads to escalated behavior by abusive people that leads to more and more harm. And I think in the past couple of weeks, given some revelations about creators on this app, personally, I think me and my community are very much against this idea of ignoring really bad abusive people, because when they're ignored and when they're given a free pass, they just continue to abuse and abuse and abuse, and the number of people who are hurt just increases. And so what we have been doing for 2.5 years, while everyone calls us messy and calls us drama and calls us clout chasing, the only thing we've ever tried to do is shine a light on really dangerous people who are going to hurt people in the future. And by shining a light on his activities and all the red flags that were pointed out and all the red flags that were obvious and all the red flags that were ignored. I want people to see how this has gone from simply a TikTok dispute to now a very serious, dangerous situation. As to that very serious, dangerous situation, people are frequently talking about how anything that happens online isn't the real world. And I really think people need to change their perception on that, because 20 years ago, we were all hanging out in cafes, we were hanging out in pubs, we were going to parks together. Now we don't do that. And online is our real world. That is where we have real world consequences. People can DOX you, which can harm you, harm your job. You can lose your job as a result of things that happen online. People can stalk you online. People can absolutely destroy your life online. And I really think we need to realize that this idea that what happens on TikTok stays on TikTok is not true whatsoever. And so at around about 8 o'clock, if we stick to timing, the second part of this live is giving you all an update in terms of what it is we have recently found out about Bobby G and the extent of where his harassment has gone at this point. And it will be a reveal that, in my opinion, shows that he is everything he claims not to be. That this man lacks integrity, that he preys on women, and that he has repeatedly lied in order to conceal information about who he really is. And more importantly, we're going to show everyone how this is a dangerous predator who needs to be stopped. Now, with that said, for the next 45 minutes or so, we're going to be going through videos which are from old lives, which will contextualize a lot of this. And unlike Bobby, who gives a 2-minute snippet, some of these clips are going to be about 20 minutes, or one of them is 20 minutes. The very first clip is going to be showing how it is our community even got introduced to Bobby. Bobby joined a live that was hosted by our mutual Ken, and on the background it said, "It's all men." Bobby had been going around to multiple women's lives, blaming them for Harris losing the election due to quote unquote bad messaging. And he had been going into a lot of feminist lives specifically to berate women for their rhetoric leading to Harris being unelectable. And so he goes into Ken's live, and because he's incredibly ignorant, he didn't even know what "it's all men" referred to. He had no idea "it's all men" refers to the larger statement, "it's all men till it's no men." And more importantly, he didn't even know what that meant. But he came in and he was happy to say "you're wrong" and to basically tell her to stop doing what she's doing. And we're going to show that in this 6-minute clip. That live then led Bobby to do a live on Ken. And that's when Ken alerted me to what was going on. And I did what I normally do. And Mac did what she doesn't ordinarily do. Mac went into Bobby's live, and Mac wasted an hour of her time trying to genuinely educate this guy in terms of why it is the rhetoric that he was putting forward was harmful. And in that video, you will see him be incredibly dismissive, condescending. You'll see him interrupt multiple times, and you'll see him center himself in the male experience when talking about women and how vulnerable they are in society. After that video, we're going to show you a 13-minute video where Bobby, after his live, goes live on another person's live named Ash23. Ash is a racist, and Ash is a doxer. And Ash is also a serial pathological liar. And on that live, Ash and Bobby and his friends say some vulgar, disgusting things about Mac, including that she should be fed to one of Bobby's Petritio friends. And I say one of Bobby's Petritio friends because Bobby now has multiple Petritio friends, dating back to the military and as recent as just a month ago. And how it would be funny to feed Mac to that Petritio because they were joking about how she's a child. In response to that, video number 4 is Mac making a video that simply says, this man, Bobby, who's running for Congress, who is Don Lemon's one of his number one moderators, that this is really disgusting. And in response to Max simply speaking out and saying that type of sexual vulgarities, that type of sexual harassment is wrong and inappropriate, Bobby has entered into a 4-month-long campaign to destroy Max's life, and I mean destroy it. We're talking about getting her fired, getting her kicked out of school, getting her in trouble with the police, and now he has been spending the past month and a half trying to Two minutes is Max's video, and then 5 minutes is Bobby's response to that video. So with that, we're going to flip on to the very first video. And Ernesto, every time we stop a video, get ready to have the second video ready to go, because we'll be pretty quick in between the videos. And as a reminder, at around about 8 o'clock, sometime between 8 and 8:30, we're going to give you guys an update. So with that, let's play video number 1.
What are your things? What are your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are on Kamala Harris and how we can get her to the finish line.
This is 2 months after the election.
These types of lives to ask.
So my live is about
I understand, yeah, and that's what I was getting to. So I looked at your background and said all men, and although I voted for Kamala Harris, I'm looking for ways to get her past the finish line, and I'm wondering.
She lost the election 2 months ago.
That you have here is going to bring in more male votes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God, what?
So the same thing, but just in a different box. Got you. Okay.
That's what Alabama.
I got a text message from someone that said that this dude's
Yes, I'm recording you.
not cool.
Yes, I'm
So-
recording
Right there,
you.
she's getting a warning.
For what?
Okay.
Yes,
Reporting for what?
because I believe that although I'm on your side, I think this is bad messaging. So what is it you're attempting to do there, host?
I don't care to fucking speak to you. Why don't you ask a question?
Hey,
that
listen, I
pertains-
treat people with equality, so I don't really care.
literally
You can try to talk to me
Get
however.
her across the finish line. What finish
Hello,
line?
hello, my friends. May I ask a question?
Yeah, nobody cares about your nonsense.
Can Drea finish her announcement as a mod, y'all? And then y'all can go in.
Of course, I'm very sorry for that, my friend.
Oh, that's crazy. See,
Anyways,
but when
you
we're
brought me
nice
up
to y'all,
here
y'all don't
to
know how
mute.
to. Y'all don't know how
Yes,
to.
he's a recording of a message.
This is
Go ahead, Drea.
He just brought us conservatives.
just to
And
mute, and I'm a left, by the way.
Who invited him up? Who invited him up?
I did not.
I invited him up.
Okay,
I
so
invited you
Alabama below you invited you up. Okay, I didn't invite you up here. Someone else invited you up here to talk to you.
Alabama did.
So go ahead,
I invi-
Alabama.
Thank you. I invited you up because you said something in the comments that was a little bit
Messaging is bad.
misogynistic. Yeah, and
I said the
and that being
messaging was
case,
bad.
What? But yeah, and that
Host, why don't you
itself is
read my
misogynistic.
read my
Can you relax,
statement, host?
Bobby?
Oh my
Can you
God. Let Alabama
Read my
talk.
statement, host, to everybody. Read it. If you can,
Bobby.
if you can
Bobby,
Bobby, I gotta
message and read it to everybody.
Bobby,
Bobby,
relax.
relax.
It's bad messaging, and I'm going to speak out against
Bobby, shut the fuck up.
against.
So to the
messaging.
person who was saying the pot calling the cattle, y'all don't need to speak to me. This is what we're talking about.
Yeah, and my favorite part about Bobby being here is he has a lot of followers, and a lot of them are in here now, and they're like, "Oh, I used to follow Bobby, not anymore because he's up here being misogynistic on the panel." And
Having this messaging, they can unfollow.
yeah,
It's not all men.
It is. You're literally proving my fucking point.
No, it is not all men, and this is bad
For
messaging.
sure.
You're literally proving
Definitely
my
is.
fucking point.
It is definitely Bobby.
Quality, I'm
You know what? My suggestion,
Definitely.
let him
else.
talk. Let him talk, y'all. Let him talk. Let him talk.
You know what? Get the
Anybody
fuck
else, I'm
out
treating
here.
you with
Get
equality.
the fuck out of here.
This
Let me
is
get
called
yours.
equality. You don't like equality? What do you want me to do? You want me to you want me to walk on eggshells around you?
No, I want you to spread the message that Unrivaled is starting its inaugural season on January 17th. Support women's basketball. It will be streaming on TNT.
Girl, they better have you on payroll. I'm fucking screaming.
Angel Reese, I love you. Brittany Griner, I love you. I hope y'all can hear me. I will not be going to Miami, so this is
I'm screaming right now. She said, y'all better watch my girl.
Y'all better.
Yeah.
I love
Bobby, you're one of the men because you're identifying.
Are you not a man?
And saying,
Are you a man?
yes, I am.
Then you're
I
part
am,
of the
and-
background.
Yes,
I
sir.
mean,
I sure am.
relax.
I sure am. I sure am. I'm glad that you agree, and you are too.
No, I don't agree with it. It's not all men.
Well,
As a matter of fact, there are men out there that advocate and voted
Bobby,
for Kamala
you got
Harris.
one more time.
No,
for me
I
to
don't
tell
care
you,
about your one more time. Who are you?
No, you got
Who
one
are
more
you,
fucking
Lux?
time.
Who are
Calm
you?
down.
You shut the fuck up. I
Who
swear
are
to
you?
God.
I don't even know
I
who
hit a
you
damn
are.
galaxy myself. Shut the hell up. Relax.
Here, Lux, I'm gonna give you mod powers for this live. Give me a second.
Like, shit.
Anyways, watch your numbers.
Oh my God.
Oh, I muted.
No, that's so funny. I saw it. I saw it again. I saw it. Wait, can you
Dang
unmute
it.
me too?
I did. I unmuted you.
Wait, no. How can you? Oh, you muted me in the comments, not in the
I
panel.
muted you in the comments, and then
Okay.
yeah,
I thought you could unmute people on the panel. I was like, how you get that? I was about to be like, that's unfit. This is racism. No, I'm screaming.
I can't
Some
wait.
people
To
be
see, I
having
can't wait
cool
for him to
TikTok
tag me.
powers.
Bobby, make sure you just make sure you fucking tag me. Look at all his little pick-me's in the chat. Oh my God, that's so cute.
Look at this
some are
Ash
saying he's
girl.
the best, and some are
The
saying it's
Ash one, yeah,
disappointing.
he's so. Oh,
Yeah.
we love him.
Yeah, some of them saying he's misogynistic. Some of them are saying, "Dang, Bobby, I didn't know that you thought like that.
Ooh.
Be gone." You know. And so
Uh-oh,
what
Bobby,
you're doing is,
messing up your follower count.
yeah, Bobby. So since you couldn't stay muted on the panel, I'll say, what you're doing is that you are telling women that their messaging is wrong, and it doesn't have your man approval, your man stamp of approval, and therefore you're in your fifis because women are having their own discussion about the problems with inside society. So that being the case, like, you should know that you should not try to oppress women by telling them what they should be talking about, what they should be discussing, and how their background should be.
So
Said everyone in the left leave this room. Bad message. He's so mad about my message. He's so
Everyone
mad.
in the left.
And yet he's literally proving my point. All he had to do was just like scroll on if he didn't like my message. Scroll the fuck on. But you came up here and
Exactly.
literally proved my fucking point.
So I'm just going to hit the points really quickly, okay? A, he's blaming women for the loss of Harris's election campaign. B, the entitlement he has to go into women's lives and tell them how to run their life. C, I don't know if you noticed. Don't know if you noticed he was repeatedly interrupting. I don't know if you noticed Ken said, "Don't talk to me, talk to Alabama. I didn't even invite you up here." He kept on ignoring that. Notice Alabama is the one who called him misogynist. Alabama was the one calling him out. But did anyone notice the only people he had heat for were the two women who spoke to him? So those are the key points. That then led to a live that Bobby immediately had where he started shitting on Ken. I joined. I lasted about 10 minutes before he kicked me. And then Mac joined. And the next 20 minutes is an accurate summary of what happened on that live. Basically, Mac joins. The first 10 minutes is Mac and him debating. Mac gets dropped, which he says never happened. Kristen, if you all know Kristen, who's in a lot of our lives, she joins the panel. And I think she becomes shocked at what Bobby's doing. Mac then gets to rejoin the panel and then is dropped again. So we're going to watch that 20-minute video now. And just for timing, by the way, I think the big reveal is going to be close to 8:30. Go for it.
Don't wanna be an American idiot.
Mac. All right, let's bring up Mac. Everybody seems to want to bring you up. Good evening. What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Nothing. What's up?
I just came up because it seemed like you misunderstood the It's All Men slogan.
So if I misunderstood it, do you think it's possible that other men can misunderstand it?
Sure, but it's not really that hard.
Well, see, now you're just being dismissive what I think about your messaging. And you're
Notice
trying
how he
to
takes that
attack my
personally,
intelligence
very
by saying
fragile.
it's not that hard.
No, no, no. I'm not trying to attack your intelligence. I'm trying to attack the fact that women are routinely not listened to by men. That's what I'm trying to attack. And
So the people that went up there that you had, were you the host?
No.
So you're not
why
the
are you
host.
talking
So you're
about?
not explaining for the host. But you're saying to me, the way when you're inviting men to go up there, do you think that's the way you should be talking to other people? It doesn't matter their gender.
No, so I think that men routinely misunderstand that slogan because they don't listen to us. I think it's very clear what the slogan means. It means, have you not heard it's all men until it's no men?
Never heard it. But that's not what her background said.
It said it's all men, correct?
It said all men, yes. Prove me otherwise, is what she said.
And why does that offend you?
I can't be offended?
Well, no, I'm just asking
See,
why.
I'm looking at the messaging. I found other content creators that say all men are bad, literally. I take photos of them. I didn't know about this. What is it called? It's all men until no men. You barely told me about it. I barely learned about it after I started this live. That's not what the background was.
Do you agree with it, or do you disagree with it?
I don't know anything about it.
So it's all men until it's no men. It's simply like it's talking more so in like the context of whenever you meet men out in, you know, public or like the real world, not on TikTok. It would be like, for example, like going on a date with someone. There's a very high likelihood that you're not going to, you know, go on a date with someone who's going to unalive you, or, you know, that's a rarity. That's not something that's necessarily like, it's not a high chance, right?
Okay,
it's
but
not
you're
a high
saying
chance that that person's gonna slip something into your drink and then do something to you. That's actually not a very, like, you don't have a high percentage chance of that happening. However, since it does primarily happen to women, we have
I agree
to
with you.
be
I
on
agree
top
with
of
you.
it.
Listen, hold on. I agree with you.
She literally doesn't get to
Miss
land
Daisy,
the plane.
We don't need you. So
This is
your
why he
rhetoric
doesn't understand. He
fosters
literally
that type of
doesn't let her
rhetoric.
land the plane. No,
My
you keep
rhetoric is inclusive with both men and women because we need the votes, right? You're not going to get the power that you're looking for without the male vote. There's not enough women. You need to work together. I am against people who essay women. I don't like the fact that Donald Trump was elected. He's an essayer, right?
Right. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Right. So why is that messaging a good message? Why do you think it's a good message?
So again, I just came in here to talk about specifically like the, I guess, phrase that was put up on the background, and then the "it's all men until it's no men" phrase.
Okay, so now you're misunderstanding because that's not what I was talking about.
Okay, yeah, it seems like you've taken a personal kind of like hit to the "it's all
No,
men."
I'm taking it personal for the Democratic Party to fix the messaging. So I've been going from live to live and taking a look at the messaging from the hosts. And in the background, if you say all men are bad, because I do have a picture of it from another host, all men are bad. All men need to be unalived. I've seen that. We can impregnate ourselves, women say.
But typically I advocate for women, and like based off of a woman's perspective, utilizing, you know, statistics to do so, specifically.
Well, you do realize that stats are highly flawed, right?
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
How so?
Dramatically.
How so? No, it's
Well,
fine.
okay,
I would love to
let's
know.
go to my SA situation. A Border Patrol agent's wife at the gym grabs me. Unwanted grabbed me, right? I go
Mac
to a
was
lawyer,
literally
they're not
talking
gonna
about
represent me. They
female
told me, literally,
SA.
one of them told me to suck it up. The police department won't even budge. It goes unreported. I've been kicked. I've been slapped. I've been poked. I've been cheated on. I've been my ex-wife, because I wanted to leave the house because her family was acting a fool after they had too many. She punched me in the face. No police reports, even after I called the police. So the stats are highly flawed. You do realize that.
So you're telling me that
We're
based
just
off
more
of-
violent, and I stand against men who hurt women. See, I can do both. Advocate for men and women.
Which stat is skewed? I'm confused. Could you tell me the specific stat that's skewed?
Yeah, so men that are victims of domestic violence. I think that's a skewed.
But I more so talk about like specifically grape culture on my lives. So I don't really know a whole lot about DV, but when it comes to like grape culture, I can tell you that like, I don't know if you're suggesting that maybe there's more male victims out there, which
that's not
would
what I'm
definitely
suggesting.
agree
I
with
just
that.
you're not listening to me. I said that we're
I'm
the
just
perpetrators
confused.
the most part, and I agree with that. I also agree that we're more violent. I agree with that. But when I pivot over to men, you're saying it's irrelevant. It is
I don't
very
think it's
relevant.
irrelevant.
Well, that's what you
I don't
said.
think no. I'm just confused on how it was
Okay.
relevant to this
Now,
conversation.
one more thing.
You being
One more
essayed.
thing. You can say whatever you want after this. This is all coming from my one statement. One sentence. The messaging is bad.
Can you
That's all I
press
said.
pause for just one
Because
moment?
on the background, you had all men.
Just very quickly, I don't know if you picked up on that. Max said, I just don't understand how this is relevant to the conversation. He says, well, hold on a minute. It's really important you remember, Max said, I don't understand why this is relevant to the conversation. He wouldn't let her continue talking. And she's going to clarify 5 different times that she said, I don't understand how your essay is relevant to a discussion. talking about women being vulnerable in society. He has repeatedly lied about what happened in that live and claimed that she said, your grape is irrelevant, meaning nobody cares. And you'll see her clarify it multiple times, and he always leaves this out of his videos. Let's keep going. Thanks.
All men, and prove me otherwise.
I also don't appreciate you insinuating that I don't care about male victims.
Well, no. When you said that it's not relevant, but you said it was not relevant as to me.
To the conversation.
It is. See, you don't see it as relevant, but I see it as relevant because I have experience in being SA'd. So,
right, but you're detracting from what women go through by saying that women do it too.
No,
yes,
I'm not.
You are.
I want to. No, that's not
Can
what
I
I'm saying.
broker this for one moment, as someone who knows both of you, at least a little bit?
I mean, I just want to know why you insinuated that I don't care about male victims.
I didn't feel like you did.
Did you not insinuate
Because I told you that I was SA'd, and you said you didn't even let me finish.
Right,
but you dismissed it. You dismissed it. You did dismiss it, and you said it's irrelevant.
No, the reason I said that was because we were talking about like male perpetrators, and I was confused as to why you were talking about your perpetration to the conversation.
Because I feel that when it happens to men, we're not taken seriously. I reported it to the police. I told the police department. They did nothing about it. They didn't even file charges.
Welcome to a woman's world.
Yeah,
that's
but no,
exactly
it's
like
not
our world as well.
See, you're dismissing.
That's our world too.
That's exactly what I'm saying. You're dismissing
you at all. I'm just telling you that.
Experience.
No. Wait, I'm not dismissing you at all. But
because you're bringing it back to what you're talking. Welcome to the woman's world.
Yes, because it's completely disingenuous to act like every time a
So I deserve it because I'm a man.
Not what I said. Can you let me finish? Not what I said either. Let me finish. So what I was going to say was it's completely disingenuous, and I'm quite frankly tired of the sentiment that like a woman can go to the police and just automatically be believed, and that's the standard for women when that is not the standard. And
hold on a second.
I've never understood.
Women have been proven that they can come back 20 years later and make a report like E. Jean Carroll and get Trump on SA charges. He was found liable. So that is not always true. That is not always true.
Can I finish what I was saying? So what I was saying was that whenever I'm saying majority of the time when women go to the police, they do not get judicial
I'm not saying that's not true either. Listen, hold on a second. You're misunderstanding me. I'm going to tell you guys right now. I advocate. I understand that women, you're just going around in circles. I understand that women are SA'd. I understand that. Men are the perpetrators.
Like the police believe us every time. If you walked into a police station, you would have different
I can't even talk about a male. I can't even talk about a male situation without you bringing up somebody on the right.
All I'm saying is that it's disingenuous for you to act like it would be any more difficult for you to report than it is for us. It is also just as equal.
No, I told you why I told you.
It is equally as difficult on both sides.
No, ma'am. That's not why I told you that. I told you because I identify with people who have been SA'd and who have been through something where they try to report it and it goes unreported. We talk about the stats. Men report it.
Like it's easier for women.
I didn't say that. I didn't see that's the messaging. That's the messaging.
I feel like I'm being gaslit right now.
Look up another one.
I mean, I do know all of those people, and it does seem to be a rhetorically kind of adversary situation, but I don't know why.
Women don't need men.
Okay,
so women don't need men. You need our votes. There are some a-holes in this world, and we need to protect everybody from those a-holes. Absolutely. And I feel bad for people who have been SA'd.
Right, Bobby. I know, I understand that, but I think that you have said a lot of things just in this conversation that have been, harmful to the movement of like women
to the movement culture. And I barely heard about it. Really. By the way, the movement in itself, I barely even heard about it now. That's not what the background. Are you listening, Mac? That is not what the background. Admit this. That's not what we talked about in that room. That's not what her background said. I've never said anything about the movement.
No. So I'm talking about what you said now and how it's like contributes negatively or positively to grape culture. Acting like
what?
Hold on.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, so I'm trying to explain it.
No.
You can't explain it if I keep getting overtalked.
What kind of nonsense is that?
I mean, you insinuating that it is
that's not
easy for women to go to the police.
You are so frustrating. Why are you trying to spin it when I never said any of those things?
Because can I tell you what was harmful? What you said?
Listen, you know what's harmful is your rhetoric with the background. Because I am who I am, I can't have a word.
That wasn't my background.
Yeah.
That wasn't my background. No.
Well, then why are you up here? That's what we were talking about.
I can tell you what was harmful.
Stop. I don't want to have to mute you. The background is what I was talking about. You do understand that, right?
Right, I get that, but I also could tell that you were
You get it.
uninformed on certain things, and that's why I came up here. And my
Okay, so should I
suspicions have been
inform you
proved
on
correct.
everything else in life?
No. My suspicions have been proved correct just in this conversation because you've said harmful things.
No,
which
I'm going to
hurt
push.
women.
I don't care who you are. I'm going to push up against you if you're on the extreme side of
insinuating that it is
the
easier for
ideology.
men, insinuating that it is easier for women to report their essays.
I never
is
said that.
It's a great myth. You
Whoa.
insinuated it.
What the?
You insinuated it.
Whoa.
You insinuated
No.
it. You insinuated it. Yes,
No,
you
I
did.
don't
Yes, you
think
did.
so.
You insinuated
No, I
it.
don't think so.
You said because I'm a man. You literally insinuated it.
No,
and
that's
used
not
your
what I
own
said. As a
story to
matter of
talk about it.
fact, what I said.
I don't know why.
Because there are women out there that need to speak up about their essay, and so if you believe that
I'm
they're
not stupid. Don't talk to me like I'm a child.
If you are young, you are very young.
Oh, so I'm a child.
No, but you are very young.
Oh, so you know more than me because I'm younger
you're
than
not.
you?
You're gonna let me finish
Is
what I
this
was saying. Either I drop you or you're gonna let me finish.
Infantilizing, mansplaining.
All right.
Insane.
So
I think what happened was Mac came into this live. Either she swiped in
You
or
pause for one moment. Okay, so just as a quick heads up, we all know Mac can be a lot more animated. We all know Mac can be a lot more choice with her words. We all know Mac is very happy to insult a misogynist. That is not what happened in this live whatsoever. We're going to have the entire live available so you can all review it, but that is an accurate summary of what happened. Now, what happened is next is that Bobby's friend joined the live judo. Judo's also referred to as JR. I need to be abundantly clear. Judo engaged in some really harmful comments and rhetoric. However, Judo has also taken full accountability for that. And so what Judo's going to be saying in this video and in a future video is going to be very wrong and is going to be triggering. However, Judo has worked very closely with his friend Swish, who is in the comments, and has started to really understand why this is wrong. And I really do think he is trying to understand it and learn. And so and I don't think Mac either, believes in like antagonizing, hating on, bullying someone after they've taken accountability. So I would just ask you all to respectfully not comment on what Judo is specifically stating or hold it against him moving forward. The rhetoric in the later video is going to be a lot more animated. Judo and Bobby are going to talk a little bit, and Mac is going to be invited back up again. Go ahead, Ernesto.
Can I say something really quick before you start it?
Yeah, go for it.
I was just going to say to that, spend your energy being upset with Bobby because like Irish said, Judo has taken accountability and been a lot more willing to apologize when an apology was necessary. And so that's all I wanted to say.
whatever the case may be, and not understanding what you were referring to. And I think you thought she was the host of that particular live, and she wasn't. She actually had nothing to do at all with that live. She just jumped into the topic, into this live, trying to discuss a topic she was unfamiliar with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, she was all over the place. I didn't even talk about it till Men Until No Men. I barely heard about it. I think you were there. I think you saw what happened.
Yeah,
she was treating men like crap. And then you don't just because I'm a man doesn't mean you get to talk to me or treat me the way you want. That's not how. And sure enough, it turns in.
You were talking about your experience, so you were familiar with this type of rhetoric.
No.
Right. You know.
Now, what did she say after I told her about when I got essayed?
Well, it didn't matter.
Yeah.
Here's where you start spinning the false narrative.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Irrelevant. Right. The fact that you got essayed didn't matter to what was going on in her.
Yeah.
25 years young. Just so you were familiar with this type of rhetoric in general terms, not specifically the subject. And poor Mac, 25 years young, just didn't understand what was going on.
She wasn't in the know.
Right. You know.
Now, what did she say after I told her about when I got essayed?
Well, it didn't matter.
Yeah. Well, she said that it's irrelevant.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Irrelevant. Right. The fact that you got essayed didn't matter to what was going on in her little world.
Yeah. Yeah. She says it's irrelevant, and nobody
her
hears
little
that
world
part,
of female grape. Just to be clear, you can keep going.
Heard it. You know why I heard it, JR? Because I was the one who was essayed, and it was an assault. And nobody took me seriously, and I understand. And the reason why I tell people is because it's very relevant. And I'm going to be an advocate for both men and women because men should be taken seriously just as much as women in all regards, right?
Again,
So
he's
I
implying
was in the
men are
comments
not
listening.
taking
I
it
took a
seriously.
photo because I wanted to, I've been looking at the messaging and seeing what the issue is, right? I've seen one that said all men are bad. We don't need men, whatever. But this one in particular said all men.
Right,
Prove
right.
me wrong. And I was listening to how they were treating the men that were going up there.
So one, I don't appreciate the infantilization coming from either you or JR. That's one. Two,
You
when
don't appreciate what?
suggest the infantilization. Yeah. Two, yeah, I
How
don't
so?
know.
How is it infantilization?
So first of all, you asking my age as if that's to suggest that I don't know what I'm talking about is infantilizing, and then JR, I think that's his name. You guys were both infantilizing me when
How do you know I was asking you for, it wasn't for a specific reason?
Yeah, because after I left, I heard you both talk about how I don't know what I'm talking about due to
No,
my
I don't
young
think you have a lot
age.
of life experience. I don't think that's the case. I'm barely in my 40s and I'm barely getting there to where
So-
I don't know what your experience is, but what I'm trying to tell you, I'm trying
then
to
don't make
picture
assumptions.
you're Gen Z, right? And you're exactly who I've been targeting in terms of why didn't you show up to vote? Because you're
I did
Gen
vote.
Z, in my opinion,
Thank you.
didn't actually come out to vote. So anyways, go ahead.
Right, that's fine. I voted, so I don't know what you're
Sure.
mad about. Yeah, so I don't appreciate the infantilization, especially like whenever we were discussing like the topic of sexual violence and rape culture. I just didn't appreciate that. It's unneeded, unnecessary from both of you. I also don't appreciate the mischaracterization of what I said. I asked you what the relevance of you bringing up your specific
By the way, this is called
anecdotal
gish galloping.
experience.
This
Sure.
is gish galloping.
Sure. I didn't understand that, so I asked you what the relevance was. I don't think that what happened to you was completely irrelevant and should just not be talked about whatsoever. I just wasn't understanding the connection between why you were bringing up that in the conversation that we were talking about. I also just didn't, I just didn't appreciate the way that you talked about me after I left. And I didn't appreciate how you completely talked over me the last time that I was up here. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much it. I mean, I could go, I'll re-watch the recording of the live, but yeah,
Go ahead.
that's pretty much it.
All right. So first of all, gish galloping is this. You go from topic
Nobody
to
asked you,
topic
Bobby.
to topic, and you're hoping that it'll stick without me addressing it. That's why I have to write this
You
down.
can address all of it. I'd love an answer to
Yeah,
all
but
of
that's
it.
called gish galloping.
I'd love an answer to all
All
of
right.
it.
Do I owe you an answer?
Well, no, but you just.
Do you think that I owe you something?
Well, no. What
No.
was the definition
So
of
why
gish
don't you throw in a
galloping
little?
again?
You want respect? Why don't you throw in a little respect with me?
Because you've disrespected me the entire
Well,
time.
let's
that I
talk
was up
about
here.
it. So you said your age. I'm asking your age because I want to know what period of time you belong to. Gen Z isn't. That's where I've been.
You
This is the most stupid
5%
explanation
of my-
you'll ever
of
see.
My analytics is Gen Z, 5%. That's a very low percentage.
He's
And
about to
I don't
say
see
because
eye to eye
Mac
because
doesn't
there
know
is
about
an era
MTV.
difference. There is several decades between us.
She
different
doesn't know
experiences,
anything.
right? That's
Sure,
why I
but-
asked you about your age.
Right, but whenever you say that I don't have
I'm not done
experience
yet.
and that I don't know
I
what
am
I'm
not done
talking
yet.
about.
You said I wrote down everything you said. Why don't you write down the things
Okay,
that I
okay,
say?
sure. I'll just remember it. I have a good memory.
Yeah,
You
well,
know
I
that comes
don't.
with young age.
Well, I guess so. I'm a pilot.
Comes
So
with young age. Yep.
You want to go on to
ahead.
resumes?
I'm a
Go ahead.
pilot.
Okay.
Go
All
ahead.
right. So I'm a United States Marine, 2002, 2010, former state
I don't care about any
investigator,
of this.
border
Sorry.
patrol agent, federal agent for almost a decade. I got several degrees, criminal justice, sociology, psychology, and working on my fourth in aviation with an emphasis in piloting. So why do I even have to tell you my resume? The
Well, I mean,
reason why I do it is
I
because you
misspoke. I didn't
do
want
a
to
good
hear your
job
resume.
in putting people on the defensive end.
I didn't know that I was making you
All
defensive.
right.
I'm sorry.
So can I get through this list, or are you going to keep talking?
Yeah, no, go ahead. I'll keep
right.
it up in my,
So the
youthful memory.
age has everything to do with what generation you belong to, and there's an age difference. We obviously have different experiences. You didn't grow up with road rules. Do you have any idea what road rules is?
I've never heard of the
How
term.
the hell
Never
is
heard of
this
road
relevant?
rules. Okay. All right. So we come from a different era. So we may speak differently in different terms. You have a different experience. You grew up with technology. I didn't. I grew up with a rotary phone. Do you know what a rotary phone is?
Yes. I know
Reminder
what a
they're
robot
talking
Did you
about
ever use one?
I've
SA.
used one before, yes.
Perfect. We have different experiences. So that's that. That's why I was asking.
He's younger than I am, and I did not grow up with a rotary phone, so he's lying about
I'm
that.
100% against it. We're on the same level when it comes to that. So whether you have an issue with my message, you've never seen my live, I'm sure. But if you did, you would know that I'm against it. And I have spoken out against people who do those things. It shouldn't be happening. And it does happen. How do we stop it? Well, I don't know. But we do have people like Brock Turner who get away with it because of the color of his skin. He was only given 3 months in jail.
Yeah, I know who Brock Turner is. Thank you.
I didn't suggest that you didn't.
No,
See,
I'm not
that's
saying that you
that's
did.
your inexperience, because that's not what I'm saying. Had nothing to do with you. I'm making a point. So then you come back and you say, what did you say? Miscarriage of your statement. You said after I told you about my essay experience, it's irrelevant
to the conversation that we were having. I didn't understand
it
the
is
relevance
not
to the
irrelevant
conversation.
to the conversation. You
I
just
didn't
don't
understand the
think it's
relevance.
irrelevant because I'm a man, right?
No, that's not it at all.
Okay,
Relevant.
relevant. And it was relevant to me to identify with people who have been in those positions because I am somebody who has been essayed, right?
Right, I'm not
So
discrediting that at all.
how is it irrelevant?
It felt as if you were not bringing that up because you wanted to share like common ground necessarily. It felt as if you were bringing that up because you were trying to, I guess, show that men are also like victims, which I never contended
Okay,
that
but men
victims.
are victims. And then you made another statement saying that women are never given justice. And I came and said, that is, and let me explain, I don't think that's good messaging. And let me explain why. Because if you have that sentiment, you're telling the younger generation, even younger than you, that nothing's going to happen if they report it. We need to make it a culture of reporting.
And how do you do that?
Reporting.
No.
And making it okay to report and tell them that something should happen. If it doesn't, then there's a problem. There is a problem. But you need to make it, I'm not saying comfortable, you need to make it okay for people to say, yes, I'm going to say something about my essay. And yes, I'm going to try to give them the facts so that they know I'm not delusional. Right?
And can I explain how?
And
we
I
would
brought
go
in
about
E. Jean
that?
Carroll because I think that's good what she did. She grabbed her gun. She had the courage. I want to stay the same as what we've been doing over the past 20 years.
I can tell you the better way to go about it. The better way to go about it would be to create environments where victims are believed to ensure.
That's what I'm saying.
No, that's not what you're saying. You're saying
That's
that every
exactly
victim
what
has
I'm
an
saying.
onus to report. That's not what you're saying.
That is
This
exactly
different. Can you
what
please let
I'm
me finish?
saying.
Can you please let me finish, and then you can tell me if you agree?
What
so
the
what we need to,
That
yeah,
is
so we-
exactly what I'm saying.
So telling victims to report in the world that we live in today is not just going to make them all of a sudden be like, yeah, I should go report and I'm going to go do this. And, you know, I'm going to not have any qualms about it. That's not what we need to do. What we need to do is why are you, oh my God, I'm trying to give you advice.
I just told you.
Yeah, so the way that we do this is that we make society more receptive to these allegations, and we make a culture where women and victims and men and children are believed whenever they come out. And no, you talked about getting people to report. I'm talking about how we do that.
I just finished saying we need to make, I corrected the comfort. You need to make it more comfortable, but we need to make it okay and a safe place for them to report it.
Then why didn't you say we should make an environment where people that's to report, which I would agree with. But first, on duty, on that.
I agree.
Then why didn't you say that?
That's
why
what
was
I
the
just
first thing
said.
You said that victims
That is exactly what I just
need
said.
To report.
That is exactly what I just said.
You did not say all of that.
I did.
You said that victims need to report.
This is ridiculous. Mac,
I think you're ridiculous.
First of all, Mac, you came into this live believing that I was talking about it's all men, it's all no men.
No, I didn't think that.
Yes, you did. That's what
no,
you
I
went
wanted
off
to
with.
talk. No, I wanted to get.
You weren't in the live that I was in.
Right, you're right. Why
so
I was
you didn't
here.
you're trying to chime in on something that you don't know what you're talking about.
No, I do know.
Okay, tell me what the conversation was like then.
Right,
you
so
weren't there. You weren't in the room, but you know what happened, right?
Well, I mean, from what you said, the conversation was that you
But
went
you
to
weren't
live,
there.
But from what you said, because I listen, right? You think that I don't listen? I'll tell you how I listen. So from what you said, because I listen, you know, I can listen to you without interrupting you and saying things and infantilizing you, or, you know, I guess it would be ageism.
Chew on this. Chew on that for a little bit. Sorry. Goodbye. Adios, amigo. You're out of here. We're not going to bend down to Gen Zers. You failed to come out to vote in general. Not you. You voted. Good for you. But because of the lack of vote from the Gen Zers, we now have Donald Trump as president. So
just very quick comments because I do want to keep this going. I think it's very clear. Mac went up in very good faith, much more faith than we ordinarily see her give to these people. And she was met with someone who was unwilling to listen, someone who was unwilling to admit he was ignorant, someone who had to center himself and his own experience over what he was being told about, which was women's essay and women's vulnerability. And when it was becoming very clear based upon the comments that he was ignorant and looked like a fool, he got incredibly insecure and he got fragile and his fifis got hurt. So he decided to start to punish Mac and treat her more and more like crap during the course of that live. Now, if you go to Bobby's lives, Bobby will say he never interrupted her a single time. Bobby will say that he listened. Bobby will say that he was never rude. He was never condescending. He was never any of that stuff. And for some reason, his followers believe him because Bobby plays little bits of clips and his followers just don't seem to want to know about the truth. What I will say is someone in the comments was saying that he was being condescending and patronizing, and that's true. I would personally say, from a red flag standpoint, the behavior that he demonstrated here was a man with a deeply fragile ego and a temper. And personally, I would see that as being huge red flags of someone who's potentially dangerous for vulnerable people. And I think a lot of us in our community saw the same thing. So after that live, Bobby goes to his friend's live, Ash23. And this live that they go to was called the After Dark Lives. And you'll hear later how these After Dark Lives is where they went to talk about things that were schmexual, which is fine. I'm not denigrating or, saying anything about that. But it's absolutely the case that these were referred to as their After Dark Lives, where they talked more schmexually to one another. And during this live, they talk about Mac publicly. Now, Bobby has lied and said that first of all, he said Mac was in the comments, and that's what justified what they're about to say. Then he pivoted and said that I was in the comments. And then he said that I was specifically sexualizing and harassing the host and the host partner. And when we asked for proof of that, they gave nothing. We gave Ash plenty of time before the 30-day window wound down for them to prove any of this nonsense. It was all lies, all fabrication. And on my page, there's a video that shows all 45 minutes of this live sped up, but you're able to see the comments. And you will see, not only does my name not pop up, there's no comments from me at all. And so they're just fabricating that. But they tried to pretend that what they're about to say in this live was because Mac was in there antagonizing them. Then they said it was me antagonizing them. We're nowhere there. We're literally nowhere in the live. And this is what they had to say about Mac during that live. This is sped up because Bobby talks very, very slowly. And so it's sped up, but I think it's pretty easy to listen anyway. It's a full 13 minutes. Let's go to that video number 3.
You want to attack and to destroy
What
and
is
try
the
to make
fucking point? You come on here
they have no
with a
life.
mission to spread knowledge about the border, and now she's throwing down the gauntlet to what? Like to further malign your reputation? Like what is the point? What is the point of hey debate me?
Because she's a victim, and so now she's going to victimize. Because sometimes victims, which is I agree with Judo on one part of what he was saying. People that call themselves victims see themselves as victims, and they think they have to come out and get revenge somehow. And it doesn't matter who they get that revenge on. It's going to be anybody.
I did notice they were.
So right now, Bobby's the target. Judo is the target. I'll be the target next because I open my mouth and how dare I say something? You know what I mean?
I never thought about it that way. I never thought someone who has been through a traumatic bit would want to try to re-victimize others and try to hurt others.
And I don't say this as a layman. I say it as somebody who's dealt with it in a professional way. So
right, I know.
It happens.
I'm listening to you. I'm listening to you genuinely, and I'm like, the thought never crossed my mind. I can't understand why someone wants to continue that don't want to get help and then try to use their tragedy to try to hurt others. And
again, I hope everyone understands they're saying that because Mac is an SA victim, she just wants to go around hurting men.
Be the Mac Daddy.
If she wants,
hold on to that message, by the way.
She wants to go out with you. All she has to do is ask.
Yeah, hold on to that message. Why do I need to hold on to that message? Maybe I need a screenshot. Hold on.
I would.
I would take a screenshot.
Yep.
I think
it's better to be safe than sorry.
I think she's one of those types of girls that likes to date older men, and then once they get in and get trust from the older man, then they basically they get the older man and they basically say, "Oh, this person did this to me," and then they kind of reverse it.
Yeah, she also heard that you had 100% disability there, so.
I did just advertise that, didn't I?
Yep.
Yeah.
Judo has experience with women like that. He could sniff it out.
Sniff it out.
No. Would be in for the money.
Yeah.
Just send her some of your toenail clippings.
No, I'm good, thank you. What are we really talking about? We're talking about an emotionally challenged young female that has not fully developed into adulthood went and posted about a almost 50-year-old grown man and made a live about him.
Her brain just wouldn't be helping.
I'm not sure how smart that'd be. I'm not sure how smart
Multiple
that'd be.
children older than that.
You know, I would have been way older than that.
That's why I won't interact with them.
I'm not worried about them. It's just funny. They're so young, but they think that we owe them respect and that they demand respect. And I'm like, well, first of all, if you're not going to give respect, you're not going to get respect. And quite frankly, I don't really care about them.
Bobby, you need to stop being so damn irresistible to these people who are so obsessed with you. It must be the backwards hat. That's got to be it.
It's these pepperoni nips is what it is.
It's when you lick your fingers and groom your eyebrows.
They're talking about Mac being obsessed with Bobby's pepperoni nips.
Let's call her Michaela.
Yeah.
Hey,
Is that her name?
This is where they try to dox and intimidate Mac.
How you doing, darling?
I hear you're fascinated with me.
Wait till they find my ex account with my other name. It's going to be fantastic.
I took mine down.
They're going to call me.
They're about to talk about Mac finding Bobby's OnlyFans
They'll never find
account.
my OnlyFans. It only has one B, so it's BobbyG.
Bobby.
Bobby.
His full name on Instagram. His full name on OnlyFans is Bobby G Spot.
Oh, no, Booby. Booby G Spot. Yeah, that's a good one.
Booby G Spot 069, baby.
069.
Watch out, because Ash gets all like clutching her pearls when we start talking about the after dark stuff.
No, I don't.
What's your damn pearls, woman?
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
Where's the whip?
Jeez.
It's got to be with the handcuffs, right, Bobby?
Can you pause for a moment? So they're about to talk about Mac again, and I want to be super clear. Bobby has repeatedly said nothing schmexual was said by him about Mac. I also want to apologize for the boomer humor being displayed in this video. And I'm also apologetic for women for the fact that Bobby thinks the following thing he's about to say is flirtatious when he talks about, having schmecks with women with handcuffs, but that it's more fun when he swallows the key. And then they talk about pooping the key out. And he brags, I guess, about having diarrhea and being able to poop the handcuff key out in a record number of hours, 5 to 6 hours. I did not know women were subjected to this level of flirtation. If you can press play.
With the real handcuffs.
It's even more intense when you lose the handcuff key.
Now, do you also have the zip ties?
I can swallow the handcuff key.
Ooh.
You have to wait until it comes out.
You gotta wait 12 to 18 hours to get it back.
I can get it out in 6.
You need to go over to Kayla's live and fucking hang out.
Yeah, you do.
That's Bobby laughing at that.
I bet you if you went in there, she'd be so happy. Oh, Bobby's here. Did he have the...
Oh, yeah. No, it's John. It's not Judo. Since we all want to Michaela, since we all want to be on first name basis.
John Guan.
Mac never called them by their first names.
Mac had nothing to do with that.
But they're trying to intimidate her.
You should change it.
You should. Maybe I should change it to Michaela's man.
No, that's Bobby.
Maybe. Oh yeah.
You're-
All right. Watch Iris get upset. I'm her man. I'm her daddy.
How about Mac Guido?
There you go. And put the smiley face.
Bobby's suggesting Mac should marry JR.
My description said I'm Mac's man.
No, Guido Mac sounds better.
Guido
like
Mac.
Daddy Mac.
Guido Mac. Oh yeah, like Guido Mac.
Guido Mac.
I'm not trying to do no damn crisscross.
Well, we remember the 90s.
That's true.
We're old.
I don't think she was even thought of either.
No, that's what I'm saying. You and I, we're the oldies in here.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Bobby's still too young.
I'm older than Woody.
Everybody in here.
I think I was old enough to babysit Bobby in the 90s.
Yeah, but I also hooked up on my babysitter, so it just
You're probably still waiting for the school bus in the 90s.
Oh, sorry. Is that part of that culture?
You still needed parental permission to go on field trips.
Anybody unsure as far as what's going on in here, you can also check my pinned video Just check my pinned video really quick and come back.
In the 90s also. 94, 97.
I had one with my babysitter.
You had a baby with your babysitter?
Yeah.
What's her name, Mac?
Man, you are in danger. Holy shit.
Yeah, no shit. You're out of control.
Again, they're
Yeah,
joking
Max,
about
rubbing off on you.
Bobby being Mac's daddy right now.
It's hilarious.
I'll change my name to McDonald's. What do you think?
Oh yeah, that sounds like a. Oh yeah, the MACK and then the smiley face and then Donald's.
McDonald's.
In tribute to Michaela.
Yeah,
that's right. She's all you can eat, right?
Oh, shit.
Happy Meal.
Oh yeah, that's right too. Yeah, it's probably
Comes with a toy.
Probably barely a McNugget.
You're doing live. This is dedicated.
Comes with a toy.
That would be that'd be going over the top with Bobby's platform. You got 41,000.
Notice they realized they just said something too much,
No, I think we're okay.
and now they're saying we don't want Bobby to get in trouble with Chris Hansen.
Now put him on America's Most Wanted. Shit.
Yeah, we don't want Chris Hansen coming after you.
Oh my God! Hey, sit down here, Bobby, with this pack of cookies.
What does a 44-year-old man? I knew a guy that got caught up in that in the Marine Corps.
Oh, wow.
Catch a Predator? Really?
Bobby's about to tell us about
Sergeant
a
Wallace.
pedo friend.
He's on the archives, but he's in there. He just got married 3 months prior to a Navy woman, and he goes up there and he goes in the backyard. She's like, "Hold on a second, let me change real quick." So she goes back. Here comes Chris Hansen out from nowhere, and he's like, "Shit!" So he takes off his glasses. He's like, "What is a man like you, a military man, doing here in the backyard with a young woman or a young girl?" He's like, I screwed up. Anyways, long story short, he got divorced. He did, I think, 6 years in the brig.
Yancey Wallace?
Yeah, Yancey Wallace, that's him.
Oh, he's divorced.
Yeah, he's divorced and he's registered forever. He was OAF 1. He became was it first LAR? I think he went to first LAR. He did training. He was an instructor. And then he got involved in that. So he drove I think he drove 2 hours from Camp Pendleton to meet that girl. So, yeah.
Oh, here in California.
Yeah, I was in Cali. Yancey Wallace is his name.
Damn.
Yeah.
Clearly talking about a Petri friend named Yancey Wallace.
Oh, well, apparently Chris Hansen did a follow-up a podcast called Predators I've Caught. Damn.
Yeah,
follow-up.
it's right here.
Yeah, Yancey, they said that he moved to Washington State and is now working for an energy company.
Energy company. I'm sure he's making a good living.
Look at his IMDb.
It's like really a small fucking world, right? You just don't know who, wow, on Chris Hansen. Man, I bet you
that guy is a danger to women.
Oh, no, Irish should probably pick him up and like, come on, you'll be my best buddy.
People in there.
Let's pick on Bobby.
No people I know.
Hey, Yancey, you remember Bobby from the Marines? Let's pick on him. Matter of fact, I got a nice young one for you, Michaela.
You better be
They're
careful.
clearly
Sean.
joking about handing Mac over to a Petri friend of Bobby's.
I don't know. They're gonna be like, now you're
cease and desist. Don't worry about cease and desist.
now you're attacking her.
No,
It's Bobby with passion.
Who?
Irish.
Oh man, I have never seen no one jerk themselves off as much over Bobby than Irish. I mean, that dude has the most insane hard on for you, Bobby, I have ever seen. Even more than Broken Arrow. Broken Arrow was pretty fucking bad, but
he's got a stinky pinky too.
I know Broken Arrow burned up a lot of fucking socks in his day with you, but fucking Irish is making a run for that title.
Yeah.
I want to be number one. I want to be number one.
What he doesn't understand is this is not my first rodeo,
Michaela, give me the 2 socks.
The little one. He needs a booty.
Like the ankle ones.
A baby booty sock.
The little preemie sized ones.
Preemie size.
Yeah, these little baby booties.
Oh man.
I gotta get to bed. I gotta be up in 4 hours. My alarm's gonna go off at 5 a.m.
All right. I know I gotta do some shit tomorrow. I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I know I gotta do something fucking tomorrow.
I need to stop having all-nighters like this. I have a hard time.
You're not a spring chicken anymore.
Oh my god, no! I'm older than you.
Yeah, no shit, and I can't do all-nighters.
Y'all need to go to bed.
Yeah, but I'm tired.
I mean, I do want to say I feel like I'm rejuvenated when I got these 25-year bangers fucking stalking me on my TikTok. It makes me
You're just gonna be up all night long with Michaela on his vibe. We're gonna be talking.
You should call her up and be like,
24 hours later, they go live again. I do join this live.
Mr. Anonymous.
Mac's name is actually Michaela.
Right in me or not? I don't know if I scared him enough yet.
Again, Bobby's dropping her name.
I don't care. I don't give a shit about her fucking full name, half name, her indigenous name. I don't give a shit. She needs to grow up. But then it was Max Live. And then was tagging me in it, and I'm like, no. Like, you go over to teach her a lesson. I'm not teaching a 25-year-old a damn thing. That she has a mom and dad. Or Irish might be her daddy, quote unquote. You know, we don't know how that really works out. I guess he ain't gonna teach her fucking nothing. She's like, fuck him.
Yeah. If she ever has a son, she'll probably tell him the same thing.
My God. Oh, God, help the world if Irish impregnates her.
Oh, God.
They're stalking me. That's all it is. Which I'm flattered. Isn't it like a form of flattery?
Keto? Young women following you now?
Oh, I do not fucking need that shit in my life.
Oh, yeah, JR, you need it.
I do not need that shit. I am not trying to fucking trying to shake the training wheels off. That is
Press
me.
pause. Bobby later goes on to lie and say that what he's about to say, that he was telling this long story about the fact that he dated a 22-year-old woman and he ended up not wanting to date her because she didn't know how to park. Bobby's going to claim that he was sharing this with his friends in private. It had nothing to do with Mac. And what Bobby's about to do is make a sexual reference to something called parallel parking, which when it's talked about in a sexual way, it's referring to the missionary position. But Bobby has just said that this was not related to Mac, and he was talking about some woman he dated randomly. But listen to what Bobby says. Bobby talks about judo, not Bobby, talks about judo teaching Mac how to parallel park. Go ahead.
Nope.
Yeah, teach him how to drive.
Yeah, I ain't trying to do any of that shit.
You can teach them how to bow, judo.
They can watch through my videos. And if they get a lesson learned from me on bowling, hey,
Mac needs you to teach her how to parallel park.
No, I'm good.
Okay, you can keep that up. So again, just to summarize, Bobby came into Ken's live, was misogynistic, centered himself, entitled, told her to stop doing her messaging, and blamed her for Harris losing the election. Bobby then goes live to talk crap about Ken. Mac joins and very politely tries to educate him. He's condescending, patronizing, degrading, interrupts her, doesn't listen, intentionally mischaracterizes what it is she says, and then centers himself in the conversations about female vulnerability in the world due to SA and men. And then immediately after that, he joins this live where he infantilizes Mac, talks about Mac being a child, and then proceeds to make jokes about Mac being handed over to his Petri Trio friend from the military, and that she is a Happy Meal that comes with a toy. Now, we're going to pause here, and if you can actually, Ernesto, I'm very sorry, but if you can actually jump instead to video number 13. So, JR, again, who is in that video, realizes now that the comments he made were wrong. Judo has taken accountability for it, and both Mac and I agree, no heat towards Judo. He has shown openness to learning. And honestly, when you beat a dead horse when someone's trying to learn, they're just not going to be as enthusiastic. So, you know, we need to just understand where the priority here is. But with regard to that conversation, Judo very clearly admitted in a live, and he's in the comments, he'll confirm it, that the comments that were being made here, especially the ones about Mac coming with a toy, were sexual in nature. Now, Ash23, who has stood by Bobby this entire time, Ash23 has also confirmed that Bobby was talking about sexual toys. And we know that because she was secretly recorded during a private conversation and she tattled on Bobby. So we're going to play that video now where Ash23, who's the host of that live, also confirms that Bobby was indeed talking sexually about Mac. If you can play that video.
I hosted a live that night. It was me, Bobby, and 2 other people that I know of. Fiercey and Wooly Bully. And these are people that I've known before. And we used to do these a long time ago. They were just fun lives. We would do day and night just to shoot the shit. But it was a fun live just between friends. That's what we were talking about. And then they were sexualizing. Like, they weren't sexualizing. We used to make fun of me because Fiercey makes a lot of, and my wife make a lot of joke about toys and stuff. And you know what I'm saying when I talk about toys, sexual toys, something that they always pick on me about because it's something I don't like to talk about. That's just weird things I don't like to talk about. Judo, I think it was, like, or Bobby, I can't remember which one it was. I'm being honest with you right now because this is so long ago. I have to go back and look at that video. Had said something about
Ash tries to blame
comparing
Judo,
Mac to a Happy Meal. I think it was Judo that said, yeah, she's like the toy and the Happy Meal, or Bobby said, I don't remember. So we got off that live. A few days later, everything started, where they were, saying all this about Bobby and Judo and me, sexualizing Mac. I went into that live, and they were like, get up here. So I went up there. Because I went up there to apologize if I said anything wrong. Did I do anything wrong that night? Yes. I laughed. That's what I did. And I went up there. I apologized. I said, look, whatever, if I did anything wrong to you, I apologize for it. If I said anything wrong, I apologize for it. And they're like, well, you need to tell Bobby to apologize. I cannot tell anybody to apologize for something I didn't do. I can apologize for myself, and that's all I can do.
What part did you laugh about? One more time. Say it. What part did you laugh about?
The McDonald's toy, the Happy Meal.
I'm not sure what that means, but...
They were comparing Mac. They were comparing Mac to a Happy Meal. The toy comes in it.
Okay. All right.
Did I laugh? Yes.
All right. So, and that's where that. Keep going.
Okay. So, they were going after me about Bobby. I'm like, I cannot tell Bobby to do something. I came here to say what I wanted to say, to apologize if I said anything wrong. Because if I did it, yes, I did. Did I mean to do it? No, I didn't, but I did it.
Okay. So it's undeniable that that's what Bobby did. And in response to that, Mac, put it in season chat and ask someone to do that. In response to that, let's play video number 4. Video number 4 is Mac made a video where she simply alerted people to what Bobby did and how it was entirely inappropriate. And the video, in my opinion, was treating it gently. Let's watch that video. Yes, Bobby does have daughters, believe it or not. Go ahead. And that was a response to a question.
If you are a woman in Texas, you need to listen to this. I was just sexualized and sexually harassed by a man who is running for Congress in Texas. So this is his account. His name is BobbyG. He's got 43,000 followers, and his entire platform is about how he's going to run for Congress in 2026 in the El Paso region. Bobby claims to be left-leaning. He hosts lives all the time talking about the border and Trump supporters, and he talks about being a woman's advocate and an advocate for other minority groups as well. I went on his live to discuss the phrase, "It's all men until it's no men." I was repeatedly talked over, muted, dropped, and also infantilized by Bobby. Whenever we were having a discussion about women's issues, Bobby asked me my age, and then he started to discredit what I was saying because of the fact that he believes I was too young to be talking on these issues, and I need more life experience to speak on women's issues. What's very interesting about this is that after this live happened, Bobby went on to another person's live and sexually harassed me and sexualized me after telling me that I was too young to talk on women's issues and advocate for women.
Actually, I'll change my name to McDonald's. What do you think?
That's right. She's an all-you-can-eat, right?
Oh shit. Happy Meal.
Oh, yeah, that's stronger, too, yeah. It's probably
comes with the toy.
Probably barely a McNugget.
That clip is one of many examples of Bobby engaging in this locker room talk and sexualizing women who he thinks are too young to have an opinion on women's issues, but old enough to have sex with or to fantasize about. The worst part about this whole thing is that Bobby claims to be on the left, and he claims to be a safe space for women, and he claims to be a woman's advocate, yet he's none of those things. He's a danger to women, he doesn't listen to us, he infantilizes us, and then he sexually harasses us. So to the women of Texas, is this someone that you want as your representation?
Now, just for reference, just so everyone understands, Bobby is a former Marine, former Border Control, and he is making a congressional run in Texas in 2026. And he is one of the top mods for Don Lemon on TikTok. What I do and what I forgot to tell you all is, if you have an issue with BobbyG0313, I want to be super clear. If you go into his lives and you comment, he will block you instantly. If you go to his videos, he will he will block you instantly. The only thing you can actually do is report him or report his videos, because if you out your account to him, he will just block and move on. Don Lemon, I'm going to talk about later on, because Don Lemon has been made aware of this, and Don Lemon has just decided to block people who are trying to alert him of this. So I think we know who Don Lemon is at this point, and I'm going to show proof of that as well. If you guys want me to, it's going to push the 8:30 start a little bit later. So in response to that video being made, Bobby doubled down and he made a series of videos, again, sexually harassing her by joking about her coming with a toy, and then making a video where he took all of the stuff that Mac does with her videos and her lives, where one of the biggest things she and I talk about is how false allegations rarely ruin lives. And how the idea that a false allegation is going to destroy a man is a great myth that is used in order to silence women and to not give people credibility when they come forward and talk. And what Bobby's about to do is do a mishmash of all of Mac's videos and lives in order to make it sound like Mac makes false allegations and that Mac is pro false allegation, whereas Mac is pro SA victim and is anti-men who say, I don't want to believe a victim because God forbid the false allegation ruins the life of my good friend. So with that said, let's play video number 5, where we see Bobby's reaction to what Mac's video was.
Don't wanna be in America. Don't wanna be an American idiot.
He chose Disney music because he found out that Mac works with Disney. And so this is him taunting her by playing the music along with what he said to her. And this is his response to her video, trying to denigrate and make it sound like she falsely accused his man.
Listen, this is totally unscripted, and we're going to go slide by slide, and we're going to talk about a group of people that are trying to attack me and my name, and only to push their own specific agenda. And quite frankly, I think it's because maybe someone hurt them at some point, and they want to push it out to everybody else.
Again, claiming that women who've been raped will lie.
At the slides. And you guys are smart. You can gather the information for yourselves and make an opinion of your own. Now, I'm facing allegations from this individual who created a video that is very, very, very slanderous and defamatory in my opinion. But let's go slide by slide, and you can kind of guesstimate or, come to a conclusion as to what her position is. Let's take a look. This is on her profile. I just tell the truth. False allegations rarely ruin lives, and telling the truth is crazy in a world full of lies. Where we live in a world where men push the false narrative that allegations alone ruin lives. They do. It can, and I'm not the only one with that opinion. Let's continue on. All right, so now let's take a look at just a couple of comments. This person's last 4 or so posts are her just pushing some agenda that false accusations aren't that bad, and it's extremely weird. I agree, it is weird, and it's it's something that I don't take lightly. Then she replies back, it's actually not a myth or an agenda, it's the truth. False allegations rarely ruin lives. That's the truth. Now keep that in mind as we continue on with the other slides. Here she is saying, you are falsely accused? Sorry, bro. I believe in innocent until proven guilty until there was a guilty verdict. How do I know you weren't just lying for attention? Now, this basically tells me that she is displacing her anger. I think that she's pushing it out on all men. We've had this discussion about when I went up to a panel and I said, why are you saying that all men are bad? I don't think all men are bad, and I don't think all women are bad either. Some are bad, some are bad on both sides, and that's my opinion on that. Now, somebody wrote back to her, and I don't like the way he framed it. It could be he or she. I don't like the way they framed it, so I'm going to leave out a couple of words. But I want you to see her response, okay? I'm not surprised by a bunch of women who have never heard the parable of the boy who cried
This is
wolf.
where
So
he's
when he cried
going
wolf,
to
he makes a statement
lie
that's not necessarily true, but when it does happen,
and combine two things
that's
here.
basically what he's saying, or she is saying. I'm not sure what the gender is. Now, I don't agree with the framing of that, but let's take a look at what Mac says. And I'll keep doing it.
Mac does not say that. That is the title of the video response. And the video says, I'm going to keep making incels like you mad.
A bunch of, I'm not going to say the rest of it. But oops, made the incels mad again. Now, this is part of the messaging problem.
And I'm going to keep doing it.
I think do damage to those who are actually experiencing issues with harassment and so forth. And I think she's trying to push her agenda in a way that is, I got to be honest with you, not legal. It is very defamatory in nature. But let's continue on. Let's talk about Biden and Kamala Harris for a minute. When we switched over from Biden to Kamala Harris, well,
let's stop the video.
Needed to put as many voters.
You get the point. Bobby is a liar. Bobby does not like to take accountability. Bobby is, I don't want to call him an expert gaslighter because I think he's a moron, but it's all he really knows. He's proficient, or he's obsessed with gaslighting, maybe is the right way of putting it. Now, what we just showed you all happened in a couple of days. Again, Ken's video, where he came up was misogynistic, centered himself. Bobby's live, where Mac tries to educate him, and he just centers himself in the male experience. Then he goes live with Ash, where he sexually harasses and makes disgusting comments about Mac and a Petritio. Then Mac makes a video saying, hey, not appropriate for a congressional member or someone running for Congress. And then he tries to put a hit job out on her. I'm going to summarize what the past 4 months have been. Every single day Bobby goes live. Every single day Bobby talks about Mac and me. Every single day Bobby goes live. Every single day Bobby has threatened and tried to intimidate Mac. Over the past 4 months, Bobby has, and it's verified, Bobby has contacted her work, sent letters to her legal department of her work, Disney, in order to get her fired. Bobby has contacted her, found out the college that she's at, and contacted her college to get her kicked out of college. Bobby has filed multiple police reports on state and federal levels. And recently, what Bobby's newest obsession has been is to use Mac's grape to torment her. And at first, Bobby made a video where he was pretending that he had learned about a woman, some random woman online, who he said days ago had put forward a video where she talked about being graped and included evidence that showed the grape did happen. And that he believed that because he was former military and former border control, it was his obligation to investigate the matter and to report it to the police. It was very clear that he was referring to a video that Mac made 4 days prior, where she included text evidence from her grapist, where he literally admitted it and apologized. Literally admitted and apologized it. And Bobby, because he gaslights, tried to pretend that the video wasn't about Mac. What Bobby then did was disgusting. Bobby then spent the next few days, oh, and by the way, Bobby said that he investigated it and he reported to the police. Bobby then spent the next couple of days, because he got a lot of backlash for that, desperately trying to find the video of a woman who had also talked about her grapist recently. And Bobby did find such a woman. And Bobby then claimed that he was talking about that woman. And Bobby then bragged, and I need to be super clear, he bragged that he had reached out to that woman and he had helped find her grapist and a photo of her grapist. Now, I'm very wordy in these lives. I don't know if you all can tell I'm very sick today. So I'm not going to go into the all of the stuff on that. If you want me to do a follow-up live, I happily will. The summary is this. Bobby didn't reach out to that woman because we did. Bobby didn't contact that woman. More importantly, Bobby never found her rapist. More importantly, a photograph of the rapist that he posted on his own TikTok profile to pretend that he had found this woman's rapist was posted 3 weeks prior on the woman's own TikTok. He had taken the photograph that the woman had posted herself and had claimed that he had found that photograph. And then he claimed that he had contacted her when he had not. And then he claimed that he had helped bring this woman peace by helping her find her rapist and information on the rapist. Bobby bragged about helping a woman find accountability for her rapist when Bobby not only didn't help the woman, he was exploiting her story by pretending he had helped. I don't want to get into those receipts because I'm trying to protect that woman. But the thing that gave Bobby away is when he reposted his video. And he's going to run right now in order to hide his reposts. But we've already video recorded it. There's no way you can deny it. He reposted that video 5 days after he even talked about Mac. And that's how we know, talking about the woman he had found who had been raped, that's how we know that after he made the video talking about finding a random woman online, that he must have been scouring videos because it took him 5 days. 5 days it took him before he could finally find a video that actually worked for him. To me, it was just disgusting. Now, the things that I just said about contacting Disney, about trying to get her kicked out of college, about reporting her to the police, what he's also done is he has now started encouraging his followers to reach out to her rapist, who he has named. Mac has never named her rapist. Bobby decided to research everything about Mac, including who her parents are, police reports on her entire family, checking for police reports on her entire family. And he believes that he found who her rapist is. He named the rapist on his lives and has been encouraging his followers to now go and contact the rapist and the family and provide empathy towards them for being falsely accused. All of that is facts, and we're going to show that right now. So let's play. It's a series of very short videos. I want to make sure it is video number 6 that is the next one that makes sense. Yeah, let's play video number 6, which shows Bobby's mounting obsession with Mac. We apologize for the technical difficulties.
Probably over the past, I'm gonna say like 4 months. And I've got it all like situated, so it's perfect. Now I gotta go get a new one because that one's full. So I gotta go get a new one. They're expensive.
Something in a hard drive.
So I'm looking at about $180, somewhere around there, $200. Well, we'll go get it tomorrow, I think. Tomorrow, I think, would be a good time. Yeah. Script's empty. Ruby gets plenty.
Let's jump to video number 7. That's the end of that video, right?
Yes.
Let's jump to video number 7, where he brags about finding Mac in real life.
Probably over the past, I'm gonna say like 4 months. And I've got it all like situated, so it's perfect.
Ernesto.
Bear with me.
Yeah, just to be clear as well, we're trying to cut this for length of time and make it a little bit more quick for you guys. He repeatedly brags about watching every one of her lives, recording every one of her lives, recording every one of her videos, finding her social media, finding out who she is in real life, talking about her family members, running checks, police report checks on all of her family members, and we're just going to slowly show bit by bit.
Iris, check the video 7 link because it's the same one.
Then forget it. Go video 8.
All right.
This is where he talks about contacting Disney. And get with.
Okay.
Young men.
Never said that. Why don't you show it? Show the video.
Make jokes about it like it's no big deal. And they were informed of the fact that people make light of that kind of thing, such as the idea of the younger boy who gets seduced by the school teacher.
By the way, we're going to call all these people out.
Now is they're going to make a call back to Brussels, who tried to say that men do these jokes. And on the live, Bobby.
Hello, everybody.
That never happens, and that's not a problem because that's technically illegal.
Oh, we'll see. We'll see.
About to mock that by talking about the fact that Bobby's about to.
I'll tell you why.
With his babysitter.
I'll tell you why I got their address. Don't worry about it. So while they're on a little break, the reason why I got their address and her real name, Mackenzie, and her last name, I'm not going to put her last name out. The reason being it is simply because, one, it's not doxing if you look at the actual doxing laws. Two,
Bobby's still too young.
they threatened my family. Yeah, they threatened my family. Hello, Kat. You can see your way out of here, Kat.
Yeah, but I also hooked up on my babysitter, so I just.
You're probably still waiting for the school bus.
I was a young kid.
Oh, sorry. Is that part of that culture?
So I want to be clear. That's Bobby making a joke. You can pause there. So Ernesto, it is actually in that same link. So click on what I just put in the bottom of our chat, and you'll see it says B, video of Bobby admitting he reported Mac to Disney.
Do you want me to bring that one up now or finish this one first?
It's all right.
Do you want me to bring that one up? Bring that one up now, or
I think
finish
people.
This one?
He talked about having her address. I think that's sufficient.
Okay.
Thank you. His family's never been threatened. He is just a pathological liar. He claims that his girlfriend has been threatened and his stepdaughter has been threatened. He claims that his girlfriend's hospital had to be shut down. He's claimed that his girlfriend's at the hospital, there's extra security for her, and that she has like a better parking spot now because of it. It's all nonsense. Go ahead, play. These followers. To Bobby's followers, I want you to really ask yourself.
Tell them say hello.
Why is Bobby using threats to silence people from simply showing his own words? I'll say that again to Bobby's followers.
I haven't threatened anybody.
Why is Bobby threatening Mac, someone who he calls a young child?
Yeah, she acts like a child. She's an adult, though.
Why is he calling her employer to get her fired?
I didn't call her. Well, because of the video that she put out. It's very slanderous.
We're showing.
But that's not the reason being.
And if you
let me tell you why. Because Irish is going after children, and guess who works with children?
How to explain it to you?
This person works with children, and he says he wants women, children, and their information.
Typical great culture thing.
I got the video.
Imperfect victim syndrome, where he's going to try to make you guys say, "Don't care about Mac." Because
I'll tell you why. We'll explain all of this stuff here.
Don't care about Mac because she's done bad things in the past. Mac and I will freely say.
We don't. Not only did I call, but I sent a letter to their legal department.
Doesn't in any way excuse. Great, you can press pause. Now let's flip to video number 10. He recently became obsessed with finding out everything about Mac's grape, and we think he's become obsessed with proving that Mac was never graped. And here he is showing that he has identified someone in Mac's personal life who she has never named, and here he is naming who he believes her rapist is. Go ahead.
I definitely need to find out. Mr. You need to be held accountable, Mr.
Now, this one was particularly insidious because at first, Bobby was pretending to be Mac's protector because he thought he could sell that to his supporters. So he pretended at first, no, I'm going to protect Mac. I have to help save Mac. We'll show a video, we'll post it on my page, we don't have enough time, where Mac literally joins his live and says, don't you dare report my grape. What the hell is wrong with you? Stay away from me. Leave me alone. And after that, what he's become obsessed with is proving that she has not been graped. And with that in mind, Bobby's big brain idea was to file a FOIA report. A FOIA report is a federal report that you submit to the federal government, and FOIA stands for Freedom of Information Act. It allows you to get information pertaining to federal crimes, but more importantly, federal employees. Bobby, because he's not very bright, even though he did work with Border Control, he knows nothing about law enforcement. He knows nothing about government procedure. So he had no idea that FOIA is a federal thing. And obviously, if you're reporting a grape, you're almost always going to report that on the state level. So he filed a FOIA in order to find out if Mac had submitted any police reports. Mac then made a video. And if you go to her pinned video, her top video, she made a video saying, what the hell is this man doing? This man is trying to go after my rapist and filing FOIAs. And due to the backlash of that video, he now claims filing FOIAs. And due to the backlash of that video, he now claims he never filed a FOIA report. So now we're going to play a video. I think it's video number 11, where we're going to show that Bobby clearly said he was filing a FOIA report, brags about getting the results back, but then lies. Go for it.
Okay, so 11's not popping up, but is it my video, the chronological order video? Because I can play that one that shows everything.
Yeah, that's it. Okay. That's it. Apologies for this.
And now,
we are linking
a lesson on how to get caught being dishonest in chronological.
This one's more of a funny video. You got to get it funny so people are going to watch it. It's so sad, but people don't care to care. You have to make it animated and catchy for people to give a crap. So please forgive the light tone of this.
Right. Just to give you guys a heads up, if you go through any of my videos, I do want to keep it creative because like Iris said, there are many times where people won't just sit and listen to the whole thing. Everything that I do point out, though, in the video is accurate, and this is also just his words. So we're just using his words.
And now, a lesson on how to get caught being dishonest in chronological order.
I've requested information. A FOIA request, Freedom of Information request, should come back in 10 days. What I have found thus far is no return on a background, or reports for that matter. Now, who am I talking about? I think you all know who I'm talking about. And this information is not reflecting their story. By the way, I just so happened to get the FOIA request back, and there is no such reports that I found in regards to this person. She said that she made a couple of reports. I found no reports through the FOIA request. And why am I doing that? Is because I want to know everything about the person who threatened my life.
Mac has never done
I will, and it's public.
About a perpetrator, there were I've shown like I've shown parts of the police reports before. So there were. I don't feel the need to
look at Bobby in the comments.
Screenshots of these police reports because I just don't want to. Like I know
you shouldn't have to either. It's not something like you need to do. I'll pause it here so everyone can actually get a good read as far as what's Bobby saying there. Okay, this is Bobby G's account. There's no denying this is Bobby G's account that's typing this. Mac, there's no police report. Dude.
What I did. Yeah,
right.
Exactly. And like I know what I've like done and the steps that I've taken, and I don't need to prove that to anyone. If you don't believe me, well, it doesn't really bother me because, you know, I could just open my camera roll and show you the screenshot. I don't.
Okay, pausing again so everyone can read it. Not according to the FOIA. Clear as day. Again, Bobby G's account. Not according to the FOIA.
Want to do that because I don't feel it.
Let me say it again.
Can you spell deduction?
I didn't request a FOIA.
And that was a lesson on how to get caught keeping your story straight. Maybe in the future, try writing down your claims and ensure the things you say don't counter everything else you say.
Now, I want to be able to keep moving forward. And so there are 2 other videos on my profile that you can review at your leisure. The first video is a video that is titled Part 1, Episode 4. And it's titled BobbyG0313, Schmoxing and Lies. And in that video, you will see Ash23 be asked over and over and over again, Ash, we heard that you had said that you had doxed Irish and that you have looked up Mac's information and that you are threatening to dox people. And Ash lies her teeth off, or mouth off, just lies, and says, never happened, never happened, never happened, never happened. And if you keep watching that video, you will see that we included the clip where Ash threatens everyone associated with me, claims that she was a person who had tried to schmox me and had schmoxed me in her head, and then again threatens everyone and says that they have all of my information and Mac's information. Now, I want to be super clear. Can you big screen me for a moment? We've already shared this, so we're not going to go into detail because this has already been done. But due to a cooperating witness, we got access to Bobby's, who Bobby was calling and who Ash was calling. And what happened was the reason why Ash got information that they believe identifies me and Mac was specifically because Bobby, and unfortunately you can't see this full screen, but at the top it says Robert and then his last name, which we're hiding. It's Facebook Messenger. And this is Bobby calling Judo, JR, and providing what he believes to be my personal information, phone number, address, everything. So what happened was Bobby has been trying to find my information, Mac's information, has been giving it to Ash and having Ash and other people try to do the schmoxing. Now, we're not going to get too much into it because again, with this person here, who is a P-Treatio. And I want to be super, super clear. This is 100% confirmed and undeniable. And Bobby has gone on record when he was called out for this, saying he does not care who he works with. This is a screenshot about a guy named Marcel. This is his girlfriend finding his search history where he was searching up young, unclad girls between the ages of 13 and 16. That term there, and people in the comments who are familiar with Marcel, if you all can validate all of this, is actively working with this. Is that this PDF and him?
Remember, Iris, you're not the host, so when you do go out, they can't hear you.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that. So Bobby is working with this confirmed PDF, not questionable PDF, not maybe PDF. This man is exclusively attracted to, and I know people try to get technical with hebephile and pedophile. Colloquial use of the term pedophile applies to anyone interested in someone under the age of 18. And Marcel, on this TikTok app, used to be known as Priestley Sage, and he was someone who I exposed as being a PDF. And as a result of that, what happened is what always happens. The PDFs and grapists that I expose go and run and help the next guy I expose. And so Bobby is actively working with this PDF. And when I say actively working, the girlfriend gave me the screenshots showing the conversations between Bobby and Marcel where they're sharing information about Mac and I. So Bobby is actively working with PDFs. Now, can you make me full screen for the next couple?
Yeah, give me 1 sec. I've got to shrink you down and then make you full screen.
Not full screen, half screen. Sorry. Yeah,
okay.
Perfect.
Hold on.
Well, no, not perfect. Yeah.
No, I'll get to it. Hold on, give me 1 sec. Oh, that's not the one you want?
No, I want half screen. Sorry.
Half screen. Oh, I get what you're saying. Hold on. Yeah. Let me change the layout. And now we can go. Is that
Great.
it?
I just want to close. No, it's not.
Why?
You guys, I mean, you'll have to make it full screen.
I'll hold on. I'll make it full screen. I'll just make it full screen that way.
No. Sorry, half screen. Half screen. You'll have to make it half screen. Maybe drop Mac. Can we drop you for a moment, or is it when you have the four of us here? Isn't there an option to bring it down to 3 people?
Yeah,
guys, you won't be able to see the rest of the screenshots.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me make my. Oh yeah, big screen. Hold on. Let's see. Why can't I change it right now?
I understand you can see this screenshot, guys. You won't be able to see the later screenshots. Apologies.
Give me 1 moment, guys. And I will fix it. There we go. Now I can change it. I'll just do this.
And again, I apologize for my voice. I'm very sick. I'm doing this for a friend. But I am very sick. I apologize for the... my voice is all messed up.
This might be the best we can do right now.
Okay, so let's turn off the comments. This is not going to work only because I know the far left is going to... In the comment, guys, am I right? The left is always cut off whenever we do it.
The left is always cut off. Yep. The left is always cut off. Yep. All right, so let me do this.
So let's... I mean, we really don't mind waiting. I think it's important. We got to get these full screenshots. Yeah.
Let's see. So if I do this...
And to everyone in here, I'm going to give a bit of cover for Ernesto because I don't know about him, but this is where I experience high anxiety.
Oh, I'm not anxious. I'm just trying to get it right.
I can't say. So now you should be able to do it. If you tap on my screen.
I should.
I don't think I have full powers.
No.
Okay, so that's it, right, everyone? Everyone in the comments, say good to go. Great. So this is just one screenshot, but there are multiple screenshots where multiple of us tried to warn Don Lemon about what Bobby was doing. We have emailed him. We have sent it on TikTok. And the response to that is that Don Lemon and the mods will mute you, and then Don Lemon himself will block you. Now, this is going to become important in about 20 minutes after I've revealed what I'm going to be revealing. And it goes to the message again, when someone steps forward and says, this person has been abusive and is able to provide material information that shows someone is a danger, you become a danger by ignoring that information. You are now responsible for the harm that that person is going to cause moving forward. You are now the person enabling that person to hurt other people. And so, Don Lemon, you're going to become the person who I'm going to focus on moving forward in terms of making sure people know that you ignored this story and allowed your friend Bobby G to become more influential, appear to be more credible, and therefore allow him to do what I'm about to reveal he's been doing. Now, in addition to that, I want to show just very briefly some of the screenshots from Bobby's followers where they're mocking Mac for her grape. What they're referring to there is the number of pumps that her grapist gave her, where the person says, how many pumps? And then said, I couldn't believe my ears, to be honest. Look, I'm sorry this dude made you feel a little violated, but you got to move on with your life. Here's a video of her with flowers. And after Bobby named her grapist, this person came over and said, were these from your grapist? And named the person. This person just made a whole bunch of comments, so we just picked this one. You play the victim, and then you tell people to go unalive themselves. You aren't the victim. You kind of deserved what happened to you. And this is how you know they're Bobby's fans. Here they're saying, cool it, Happy Meal. They're referring to what Bobby said to her. And then says, wild, you faked an essay story for internet clout. Now, this is now the breaking news. The breaking news is that we included this screenshot. Don't know if you all noticed, but on at around about timestamp 20 in our video, we put this in as a bit of a teaser. So this is now the bombshell, and I hope you guys will agree this is a bombshell. Bobby has repeatedly claimed that he never, ever, ever reported Mac's grape to the police. That he's never contacted the authorities about Mac's grape. And what we ended up finding was that that's not entirely true. And we ended up finding a heck of a lot more than just that. So let's dig into what it is this refers to. This is dated April 28th, but let me take you back in time a bit. This is a phone call that Mac got on April 14th. Hello, this is Officer Blank with the Blank Police Department. I was trying to reach you, Mac. Let's just put in Mac. I had a couple of questions regarding somebody who, and we're going to hide that, but basically made a complaint regarding you. Our phone number is blank. Thank you. Mac had no idea what was going on. Mac saw this and Mac panicked and contacted her lawyer. Her lawyer, because she was worried about what would happen, her lawyer called the police back because at this point, Mac is thinking that she's being investigated. Mac is thinking that Bobby's reports to the police have actually brought some sort of fruition, have come to fruition. And so she panics and contacts her lawyer. And there is a phone call that takes place. And that phone call that takes place was not a private phone call. In fact, it is a phone call that I will now be sharing very important clips from. And in order to do that, I have to unprivate that video, which even Ernesto and Mac did not know would be shown today. And I'm going to give you guys a preview as to what happened. I'll explain it, and then I'll show the receipts. The preview is that Bobby did, in fact, contact the police to file a police report against Mac. That the police, upon receiving that, obviously investigated it, obviously looked into it, started to investigate Mac. And in the process of investigating Mac, they investigated Bobby. And they started to look at Bobby's video because Bobby named his own TikTok, which allowed the investigators to review who Bobby was. And upon reviewing who Bobby was, they grew so concerned that they stopped any investigation of Mac and I, and have now converted this into an investigation which now is being converted into criminal charges against Bobby. The police will be pursuing criminal charges against Bobby, not because Mac contacted the police. I want to be super clear. Mac had never contacted the police. The police were contacted by Bobby, and the police independently determined that Bobby was a sociopath. So let's play that video right now. This is a little bit low, so let me get it. Hang on. Let me make sure you can get it as loud as possible. Give me 1 second. Apologies. Hold on. All right. I'm going to be posting this on my account after this. So if you don't hear it very good, I apologize.
Police Department, this is Officer. I'm contacting her because I am concerned for her safety. I have a large statement from Mr. who I am currently investigating in regards to stalking Ms. Well, this man has gone very in-depth with his, I have a whole long email. I've been investigating this since last week. I'm very concerned for her safety. I want to be able to get to the bottom of this and figure out a way to, if I need to build a case and pass it on to an agency that can take steps to file charges against Mr. I am more than willing to work with you guys because this is a criminal matter at this point. This man is very dangerous. I'm trying to pull any information. If you guys have any information on him, I'm trying to identify him completely, work this, and then pass it on to any agency. But I have a little more resources available to me just simply because I'm law enforcement. That's a pension job. You are that far in.
The police now opine on the fact that Bobby leaving the Border Patrol Agency job would be highly unusual for someone to do of their own will.
Halfway through retirement, and that's not a job you walk away from willingly. You know, I just want to know that she's safe. I mean, this guy he's trouble. Way to figure out that she went to school and has sent me a detailed email about all the information he knows about her. I'm concerned. He contacted the student affairs office. If I think there's something to be done, I'm willing to walk through the fire with my victim and fight with them. I mean, that's just it. That's what this job is. You know, we're here to help people. We're not here to make fun of people or do our paperwork and say, sorry about you. You know, that's not how this is supposed to be. We're supposed to be advocates for our victims, you know. And I pretty much told him, look, if you want me to do anything, you're going to send it to me. You know, it took him several days to even send me anything. And what he finally did, he pretty much dug himself a hole because the first person I looked at was him. Because everything he seemed very, like he was just very upset about something. And I'm sorry, when you're a 40-something-year-old man going after a 20-year-old girl, there's a problem.
So, what I would like to do is I'm hoping that someone in our server is recording, because I do want to be able to record the comments in a moment. But before I do that part, I just want to make sure someone is recording the comments, because I'm going to ask everyone in here a really important, I'm going to ask everyone in here a really important thing to do in a couple of minutes. And some of you, I think, have already sort of guessed what it may be. This is the initial leak that we provided. Let's look at the full email. This is the officer emailing Mac, stating as follows. This email is to follow up regarding the complaint I received from Robert whatever. As mentioned in our phone conversation, I received a phone call from Mr. Bobby on April 10th. He wished to file a complaint, and this is against her college stuff, for violating the student code of conduct, and now flips back to the police report. Mr. Bobby advised me that you had posted online wanting to cause him harm to him and his family. He also referred to these threats as unaliving threats. Bobby further advised that you were saying that you were going to file a Title IX complaint. Bobby told me that you made false claims of sexual assault online and that your rapist is being falsely accused. Bobby told me that he was going to get me information on the other schools he taught you had attended or were going to attend, because he wanted me to contact them regarding your claims of filing false reports. Further, I was informed that you were partnered with a man named Irish who he believed, blank, 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 that you both were planning to cause harm to him and destroy his life. Due to the nature of the complaint, I required Bobby to provide all of his information to me in writing. I received his email complaint on April 11th, and I opened my investigation that day. I was able to determine through records requests that you had filed formal police reports regarding your assaults at 2 different agencies. I have received a copy of each report to place in my case file. I have reviewed hours of videos online to determine where these threats were located, the threats that Bobby claims, and I found none coming from you or Irish. I attempted to reach out to Bobby to follow up with him via email and phone, and he had blocked or deactivated the accounts. At this time, I've been unable to formally reach him regarding his complaint and to notify him of the investigation regarding his behavior. At this time, due to the concerning nature of Bobby's behavior, both online and offline, and the fact that it is escalating rapidly, I am recommending you contact your local agency to pursue criminal charges. I am also concerned for your safety, and I recommend that you apply for an emergency order of protection. Bobby has a criminal history. Bobby has a criminal history that shows a propensity for violence, conduct issues, and dishonesty. I believe my mic cut out, so I'll say it one more time. Bobby has a criminal history that shows a propensity for violence, conduct issues, and dishonesty. At this time, there is an open FBI NTOC investigation. I will continue gathering information, and I am hopeful that in the next few days, we can discuss the next steps to bring justice and safety for you. If you have any questions or concerns, please feel free to contact me. An update, and this update was due to the fact that Bobby's records were a little bit hard to confirm. Bobby has gone to a lot of lengths in order to make it difficult to identify who he truly is. But on April 28th, we got amazing news that there was absolute confirmation that they did have the right person, stating, I have some amazing news. We were able to locate the information for our person. I will complete my investigation soon, and we will get together and get our next steps. I will get your email sent tonight. Also, the FBI has opened an investigation, repeating what it is they'd already said. This now is an update. And actually, let me go back to this for a moment. On April 28th, we had already known about this investigation for the past couple of weeks. We were waiting for them to confirm that they had all the information they needed for coordination to be taking place with Bobby's local authorities and for all other information to be verified. That was now done on April 28th. On April 30th, Bobby contacted the police officer and said this: I was just reaching out to let you know where I am with everything. Bobby reached out to me today. He wanted an update on his complaint. I advised him that nothing was going to be done about you because there was nothing that violated the law. Bobby continued to argue with me. I advised him that his behavior had struck me as concerning and that he was being investigated for harassment and stalking. I told him reaching out to me about someone regarding their mind on the internet, about speaking their mind on the internet, is crossing a line, and that once I have my case complete, blank, blank, blank. He became more irate, and at this point I told him I had nothing further to discuss with him and that I would be in contact with him when I was ready to speak to him. He continued to argue, and at this point I hung up the phone. Blank, 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 we've associated, meaning Bobby, with the driver's license number that is tied to his social, his address, his phone numbers, and his criminal history. I'll say it again, his criminal history. Any guesses in the comments what his criminal history was? It's exceedingly hard to unseal records in Texas. I don't know why they make it so difficult. Any guesses? Did anyone guess assault? Did anyone guess harassment? Did anyone guess making terroristic threats? Did anyone guess any of that stuff? Did anyone guess violent assault? Did anyone guess harassment and stalking? And did anyone guess a history of terroristic threats? Now, if you are a follower of Bobby's, on April 30th, Bobby was basically told on the phone by an independent person, not someone in my community, an independent person, a police officer who actually has the experience of investigating these things, Bobby, unlike you. Bobby was told that he was batshit crazy and that he was being investigated for harassment and stalking. So to all of Bobby's supporters, why didn't he tell you that? Did he give you that update? Did he give you the update that he is now Did he give you the update that he is now the one that criminal charges are being pursued against? I'm going to take a wild guess that's not the case, right? Due to the fact that Bobby was now alerted that he was being investigated, the officer followed up and recommended that Mac get a PO, which is exactly what it is has happened. Mac has already filed for a protective order against Bobby. And once that's filed, hopefully she'll be feeling a little bit more safe. Ernesto, can you pull up that video that I asked you to create earlier today? And just tell me when you got it ready to go.
Can I say something while he pulls that up?
Yeah, sure.
Which one? Type in, because just to be sure I'm pulling up the right one.
The one from last night. The one that you made from last night.
Oh,
I'll type it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what I was gonna say, and I'm sure Irish is gonna talk about this in just a second, or bring up the clip. Yeah, Bobby said something last night that was really concerning, and I don't know if you want me to like say what that was or.
No, let's just play it. Let's play it first, Mac, and then let's respond, if you don't mind.
Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, Mac didn't know we had that clip ready to go, so we're going to play that clip and then hand it over to Mac. You probably need a couple of minutes. And to the person in the requests, there's 2 people in the request. If you guys can wait 10 minutes, it's no more than 10 minutes. How long do you think you need, Ernesto?
I've got it up right now. Let me
Okay, great. So if you want to big screen yourself, because you don't need me big screen anymore.
Sure. Okay.
This video took place last night, and Bobby likes to gaslight, as I'm sure you've seen. It's very clear what Bobby is alluding to in this video. And he did this because of the fact that he knew I was going live today. This was his attempt to threaten and intimidate Mac into silence. This was his attempt to get us to back off. This was his attempt to say, push me. Go for it.
Let me enlarge this, make sure it's, there we go.
And this would be considered a terroristic threat, just so you all know.
Oh, come on. There we go.
Next week is going to be an excellent week, actually. Got some news, but we'll hand that out later. It's news that involves TikTok, but is outside of TikTok at the same time. Involves TikTok, but outside of TikTok. Yes, karma is a biatch. I tell you that much. Ah, yeah. Oh, I'm offended. It's fun time to laugh, yeah. There was a dude the other day. Nah, it's not hard, trust me. Sometimes it's better to let them talk, let them do things, let them say things, and then let karma do its thing, right? So sometimes you just let them, yeah, just let them. Because then they'll have this light in their face one day.
You guys like purple, huh? Yeah, when karma hits, it's great. Oh yeah, it does eventually, trust me. Oh yeah, yes. Sometimes you assist karma. Sometimes you can assist a little bit. Oh man.
At the end of the day, listen, they've been, I don't know what they is, but I'll say that when you make a statement about something and then on the contrary, you keep talking about the person that you say that you're afraid of, it's just working against them. So right. I'm not worried about it. So.
Okay. I worry. I watch you, you walk around with your dogs and stuff, and I just worry that
trust me, I've dealt with cartel members. You think that I'm worried about anybody on TikTok? Now, I will in terms of my family and for my safety. Yes, there is a safety issue. And let me backtrack what I had just said. Now, can I defend myself? Yes. But I have to constantly walk around my town and make sure that I'm armed or whatever the case may be. And because of this group. So they literally labeled me, painted me as a target. So you're right. That is worrisome, but I'll leave it at that, right? So we'll just leave it there. Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to come up here?
We sit around just,
I'm not going to talk about them anymore.
What's that?
I'm not going to talk about them anymore. So let me just rehash what I just said. Can there be consequences with people that are attacking family members or wishing people unalived? Yes, that is a major problem. Can I defend myself? Yes, but it's stressful, right? So I'll leave it there. We're not going to talk about it anymore, and that's it. Let them say whatever the fuck they want to say. I don't really care, right? They can bring up my family. They can talk about my mom or whatever they want to talk about. I don't care. I don't care. It's going to get recorded, and it's just going to go onto the reports, right? That's all it's going to do. So anyways, thanks for coming up. Appreciate you.
Oh, thank you.
The report's on you, Bobby.
If there was a certain person on this live, let's say he was bald and had a cholesterol level just through the roof, I thought to myself, what would happen if I actually met that person? Would that person actually do anything? And the answer is no, because he is actually not in shape. Nah, there's nothing you can do about it. If it was a man-to-man situation, nothing, there'd be nothing there for him. So.
Bobby is 5'8", by the way. Bobby is confirmed to be 5'8".
I got to go briefly out of town. I am going, I don't want to say where. I'm going to go I don't want to say how many states over. I'm going to go a few states over. I'm going to go out of town briefly, and then I'll come back in about 2 days. I'm going to spend the night out there, so. I might go live. I think we should go live.
Do it. Mr. Covert speaker over here. He's going to place.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. That was the end of
Did it play the part where he talks about giving an update regarding the TikTok issue when he's out of state?
No, I didn't see that part. Did we have that?
So, yeah, there is a part where he talks about the update, why he's going out, and in next week he'll be giving an update that's TikTok related, and that's why he's traveling. So what he's alluding to is traveling out of state to go bring karma to someone related to TikTok. Now, unfortunately, I didn't make this video, so I don't know if you had that part in it. If
That's
not, I'll
in
repost it.
It's not in it.
That's
in the video that
sort
I
of
had.
the key part. It's sort of the key part. We'll add it. Don't worry about it. We'll add it to, if someone in season chat can find that timestamp where he literally talks about it being TikTok related, that would be helpful because that ties it into who it is he's talking about.
It just said it. It said it earlier in the screen recording.
Okay. So Bobby is clearly indicating that he's leaving the state to go somewhere for a couple of days, that it's TikTok related, and that karma's a bitch. And again, he loves to gaslight, so his response is going to be, I didn't say Mac. I didn't name Mac's state. But it's very clear what it is he's trying to do. Now, I do want to say, like, this is pretty much the bombshell's over. What I do want to say is what someone alluded to in the comments, and that is this. I've now helped dozens of people report grapes, and I have reported dozens and dozens of PDFs at this time. And the number one issue you always face is that the police officers just don't care. They literally just don't care. That's part of why it is I don't want to do new call-out lives, is because that PDF I found in Canada in November, it has broken me to know that the cops still have not arrested him, even though he's already hurt 3 children and had plans to literally grape a baby for 2 years. What I will say is this. The officer in this matter has been amazing. The officer in this matter has done everything that an officer is meant to do. They investigated it. They kept an open mind. They allowed the evidence to speak for itself. And when they recognized that someone was a threat, they started to support the victim and have gone out of their way to be there for that victim, and has been very transparent that it's a very difficult process. It's an arduous process, but that she's going to be there with her, with Mac, throughout all of it. And what do you know? Ernesto, if you can mute just for one moment. And what do you know? Are we surprised in any way that the officer was a woman? Are we surprised in any way that the officer is a younger woman?
Nope.
And this is why we talk about, this is why, like, I think, like, when we talk about things like DEI, why this is so critical, it's because they're able to empathize. They're able to understand what it's like to be on the receiving end of this kind of thing. She doesn't have to be pled with. She just gets it. And so what I wanted to do right now is that I wanted to record the comments right now, because I think officers like that need to be told what a great job they're doing. And right now, we're going to refer to that officer as Officer Angel. And I'm going to ask everyone in the comments to write a note to Officer Angel, thanking Officer Angel for what she did, talking about how important it would have been for you to have an Officer Angel when you needed her, how it is that she should never lose that empathy, how important that is for victims of SADV. Just give a note, give an extended message to that officer so we can encourage that type of behavior, so that they don't get jaded, so that they realize that helping one person actually helps so many people more, because when we see one officer help someone, we have hope that they're going to help other officers. We hope that they're going to help other victims. And so if you could just keep saying in the comments how much you appreciate Officer Angel, I'll make sure to record this and we'll send it. And if someone can clip all of those comments from the moment where I start talking to when the last comment is made, can you please send that to me so that I can post that on TikTok and send that to the officer, because I know they'd appreciate it. Now, I only have one more thing to say. And for this, is Judo in here right now?
I saw Judo in earlier, yes. Let's see if the Judo's still in here. Yes, Judo's still in here.
Great. Judo, can you please join? Because we want to be as sensitive about the following as possible. I'm asking Judo to join because Judo is former military, and because Judo is the person who did make those comments earlier and has taken accountability. And we are going to show in a moment exactly what happened to Judo when he went to Bobby and told him to take accountability. And Ernesto, if you can start looking to find that video. I didn't give that to you.
Yeah, I'll look for it.
But it's in the receipts. Yeah. The reason why I'm bringing Judo up is I know what Bobby's going to do with the following information. Bobby is going to claim that there's some random man on TikTok denigrating members of the military, that there's some random man on TikTok going up against members of the military, and Judo cares about this as well and agreed to join so that Bobby can't really run with that narrative. Now, you guys know that I only like to share things that are 100% verified. And at this point, it's 99% verified. It's not 100% verified. Nothing is verified for me until I see it in writing from a credible source. For anybody else, the way that I got this information, people would consider it verified. And that information was provided by government officials, but Judo is going to be trying to figure out the truth of the matter. And that is as follows. And Bobby, I'm going to frame this as a question, Bobby. Bobby, why did you, if you did, because it's alleged, why did you go AWOL from the military in 2003, Bobby? We're just curious. And again, allegedly, Bobby, why did you go AWOL in 2003? And Bobby, is it true that you were dishonorably discharged? Bobby, we would just like to confirm that information if you could, because I don't like to make statements when I don't have it in writing. But if you could perhaps just share that military document that a lot of people have that will show the records, that might be helpful. And on that note, I'm just going to hand over to Judo, and Judo's going to tell us what records he's going to look into and how he's going to check up just to make sure this information is accurate or not. Because, Bobby, I don't want to spread disinformation.
Yes. Hello, everyone. And hello, Mac. And I wanted you to know that I am truly sorry what you have gone through. I want you to know that. It had tears in my eyes that I can't believe I validated somebody and was even associated with someone like this. I want you to know that's from me, from my heart. And everything that I am doing is for you, but for every other woman that will ever come in contact with this guy for the rest of his life. So what Bobby's biggest thing, if you don't know who I am, I used to be his strategist, but I was also kind of like a researcher for him too as well. And one of the things that he wanted to do was take on, if you don't know who the older millennial is, but he's probably one of the most MAGA lying pieces of crap that ever walked this earth. But I was able to pull national archives on him to be able to pull and validate his military record and the claims he did. I am doing the same thing for Bobby. Additionally, I have taken the photos that have been provided to me. What he didn't know was my brother-in-law was a retired Marine warrant officer in the infantry world. He is like God in infantry. And I sent him that information because he knows a lot of people out of 3rd LAR. And this patch is now my profile picture because this is the 3rd LAR. I am going to validate
whether or not Bobby has been telling the truth. I trusted him, and I think my trust was wrong, and I'm going to try to make up for it as best as I can. And I am working due diligently. His photos, his information has gone out to quite a few important people in the United States Marine Corps and is making their way to people that served in the same time that Bobby did in 2003, 2005 in the 3rd LAR, where he should have deployed with. But I think he went AWOL to avoid it.
And again, this is alleged. We need to confirm this. And we don't want to have the actual facts that we've presented to be combined with everything else we have said. So we are investigating the matter. And before anyone clutches their pearls and says that it is wrong for us to investigate the military service of a man, well, this is Bobby's private messages showing that he was investigating older millennials' military record. So what's good for the goose is good for the gander. So Bobby, we're just going to check that for you. We're just going to double check and make sure that that information is accurate before we actually make a video on it. But as of right now, I have it on good authority that you went AWOL and that you had some sort of dishonorable discharge that you then got amended. And so it would be great if you could just save us the work and post your DD 212, 122. What the hell is that? No, what's that form again?
DD
214. That's what it was. Yeah. So Bobby, because like, again, nobody should group this allegation with the other things that were said. This is solid information we have, but it's not confirmed. And I always try to distinguish between what's solid, just like if you look at one of the videos on my page right now, Ash makes some really bold claims about why Bobby was fired as a Border Patrol agent. I'm not repeating them because I haven't verified them. But I know that someone is looking into your Border Patrol history, Bobby. Not me, but someone is. And that's not someone close to me. Those are now government officials doing that, Bobby, because you've made a lot of claims now, and including the claim that that hospital was shut down due to security reports. They want to make sure, I believe the El Paso police have indicated that they're going to be checking in with the hospital to make sure that no false reports were made to the hospital, which I think makes sense, Bobby. I hope you would agree that if you made a false report to that hospital, that the police would be concerned about that, and that the hospital would be concerned about that, because I'm going to guess that they wasted resources and energy over that false complaint, Bobby. So there are a number of additional issues that will be continued to be looked at. A, your military history. B, why you, let's just say, separated from Border Patrol in 2022, because it wasn't to become a pilot, Bobby. The police will be following up. The El Paso police will be following up with the hospital to make sure that you weren't making false statements to the hospital, which cost them money. Nobody, I'm going to be super clear, nobody has any interest in going after your family. No one has any interest in going anywhere near your girlfriend. No one has any interest in going near your adult children who you sexualized and exploited in order to win a beef, you weirdo. Nobody's going to do any of that stuff. At this point, the officials have it, Bobby. And so if you want to agree to forever keep Mac's name out of your mouth, feel free to reach out to me, quote unquote, man to man. Otherwise, we don't stop. I know that you've done this to multiple people in the past. For years, you've done this. You've met the most stubborn woman that I've ever encountered in my entire life. It's not going to work this time. And so, Ernesto, can you now show the video where Judo joined Bobby's live? Oh, Judo, I think we have got to drop you on down, so we're going to drop you on down. Can you drop So sorry about that, but thank you for joining. And so Ernesto, can you now show the video where Judo joined Bobby's live? Oh, Judo, I think we have got to drop you on down, so we're going to drop you on down. Can you drop? So sorry about that, but thank you for joining. And oh no, you can do it. Okay, great. Oh, all right, sorry. And so what we're going to show now is this is the video where Judo, literally only days after Bobby became obsessed. By this point, he had all of Mac's information. Judo joined Bobby's live and simply asked Bobby to please stop harassing Mac. And in response to Judo making a reasonable request, I want you to watch, actually, Ernesto, big screen yourself. I want everyone to see Bobby. I want everyone to see Bobby's eyes. I want everyone to look at this man's eyes and his face, and you tell me he's not either a psychopath or a sociopath. And again, this was Bobby's closest friend. And in response to Bobby's closest friend saying, "Can you please stop harassing this woman?" this is how Bobby responded.
All right, JR. You showed up when I see Moxie and the rest of them are in the house. What's up?
Hey, man, we got to chat, brother.
No, we don't.
Yeah, we do, man.
No, we don't.
Come on, man.
No, JR. I don't think so. Listen, you take responsibility for what you said, and quite frankly, I'm disappointed. I don't know what you're about to say. I'm not going to allow you to say it.
Okay.
You take responsibility for what you said. I did not actualize her. As a matter of fact,
I'm not talking about that, Bobby. What I'm talking about is still continuing going after Mac.
Sorry.
Publicly. That's brother, that's wrong. I mean,
no,
Bobby, please, Bobby, please.
JR.
I'm talking to you as a friend.
No, sir. So I'm not going to allow somebody to slander and defame me.
I'm not slandering.
And I'm pretty disappointed in you, JR. The fact that you brought them here with you.
No, I didn't bring anybody here with me.
You need to stop speaking for me, JR. You take responsibility for what you did and what you said. I didn't say what you said. And I will tell you again, I think that they're children, JR. The fact that you brought them here with you.
No, I didn't bring anybody here with me.
You need to stop speaking for me, JR. You take responsibility for what you did and what you said. I didn't say what you said. And I will tell you again, I think that they're children playing on the internet and you have leverage on you. I don't. So you take responsibility for what you did, and I'm going to continue to say that they're children playing on the internet, and they're linked up with somebody who is a guy named Irish. Have you heard all the things that I got on Irish there, JR?
This is not about Irish.
It's about the entire group.
This is about Mac.
It is about the entire group, buddy.
Bobby,
hey, listen, JR.
Bobby, please.
I don't ever want to see you again.
All right.
You go have fun with your 22-year-old friends.
You're wrong.
No, you're wrong, buddy.
All
you
right.
have no fucking. You don't have a fucking spine to stick up for what's right.
Bobby, I'm in here talking.
You don't have a spine.
I don't know how you don't.
All right, let's go on to the next. And he bowed down like a fucking coward. And it's unfortunate that we're going to have to excommunicate JR because he's a weakling. And I'm not a weakling, and I will continue. JR doesn't realize what their tactic is to conquer and divide. But what you guys don't understand is that I have gotten rid of friends on TikTok like in an instant. And that's just who I am.
So, I mean, look, that to me just screams sociopath. People in the season chat, if someone in the season chat could very quickly agree to grab those screenshots and combine them, that would be fantastic. We're going to bring a couple of people up. However, the first thing I want to say is I would really appreciate it if just for one moment you all hop to my 2-pin videos and you go to my 2-pin videos and you tag BobbyG0313. Actually, he's going to block everyone who does that immediately, though.
Probably.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Let's do this. The other one. Everyone go tag Don Lemon in my 2 videos, my 2 pinned videos. Everyone go tag Don Lemon in my 2 videos if you can. And the reason why we're doing that, it's not to be petty. It's about limiting a person's influence. Bobby, being Don Lemon's moderator, is literally giving him the credibility that allows Bobby to continue spreading all these lies and abusing people. Abusive people take advantage of the influence and the influential people they know in order to be able to continue abusing them. And so everyone tag Don Lemon, and I'll be super clear. Don Lemon literally blocked Mac for speaking up on this stuff. And if there's a problem with tagging Don Lemon, which it appears to be, is it only Bobby who can't tag? Guys, we get it. Bobby can't be tagged. Can Don Lemon be tagged? Everyone who keeps saying he can't be tagged, are you referring to Don Lemon?
Good, Irish.
Okay, so everyone only tagged Don Lemon. And now, if you could go to Mac's pinned video, and if you can go like Mac's pinned video and also tag Don Lemon. His tag, I'm guessing, no, it's not actually just Don Lemon, isn't it? It's Don Lemon 1 or something?
It's Don Lemon comes up. It's fine.
Great. Everyone go tag my 2 pinned videos with Don Lemon's name, and then if you can tag Max. Mac, there's a couple of people in the request. Is there anything you'd like to say? The presentation piece is over. What I will simply say as a few takeaways that everyone in here I think should be aware of is A, it's not drama to point out and highlight people who are abusive. That's not drama. It's not TikTok versus the real world. TikTok is the real world. And what happens on TikTok can have very real world consequences. When someone is calling out abuse, give a shit about it before a person becomes endangered. And another thing is, and I'm going to publicly apologize to Mac.
Aw.
Throughout all of this in the past 4 months, I have repeatedly been telling her not to say X, Y, or Z or do X, Y, and Z in order to protect from Bobby. Because Bobby has capitalized on anything and everything and will spin anything and everything. And it has caused me to be incredibly paranoid that anything Mac says or does will be weaponized against her. And I only realized in the past few weeks that what was happening was that I was falling into that. I was submitting to the idea that a victim has to be the perfect victim. There is some truth to the fact, and I'm going to say this right now, to you larger creators that I reached out to who declined to help because Mac is problematic, let me just emphatically say, fuck you.
I didn't know
Let me
that was...
emphatically say fuck you for only caring about the nice, polite women who are happy to not make waves. Fuck you for that. And fuck me for submitting to that trope and putting that pressure on Mac by making her have to play the perfect victim. And I'm not bringing up the social consequences of it to derail what I did, but it is a powerful force that if you don't be the perfect victim, people simply won't give 2 flying fucks about you. And you should not care about who the victim is if they're being victimized. And I will say this, that's a great point. To the bigger creators who declined to help because Mac is problematic, you got 1 week to fix that shit. Because we got to change the culture on TikTok. You got 1 week to change that shit. All right.
I was
do you want to say anything, Mac, before we bring people up? Ernesto.
Yeah.
No, you, Mac. Go.
First of all, that's crazy. I didn't know about that. But no, I appreciate your apology, Irish. I'm not mad at you. But I have a couple things to say. So first of all, yesterday, Bobby, saying what he said on his live, saying that he would be going out of state, that does concern me, and I am very concerned about that statement. So hopefully bro doesn't actually follow up on that, but that is very concerning that he said that. I also do okay, so I want to make it clear that I don't think that, so Bobby is not the type of person to stop what he's doing, even though we undeniably, I feel like, showed everything that there needed to be showed. That doesn't matter to a person like him, and he's going to escalate, I think. If not today, it'll definitely be whenever. I don't know what he, claims to have planned that he's going to be releasing next week. I have no clue what that means. But yeah, just, I guess, be prepared to see other things about me. And then I also wanted to say that, what else did I want to say? Obviously, I appreciate all of the support. I never thought that Bobby would go this far to do all of these things, genuinely. I was shocked whenever I got that call on April 14th from the police. I was very shocked. But that just shows, I guess, how far these crazy people are willing to go. And he's very dangerous, very obsessive, and just a very harmful person. And also, people were asking me, yes, I'm in contact with the police. So to all of the people asking about that. And so the proper people have been informed on what's been going on. And yes, I would hope that there would be an ability to get some sort of charges. But who knows? Prosecutors are kind of fucking womp womp. So who knows if they'll give a shit. But I appreciate the police officers who've helped and cared. Because, hopefully, if the police care, then maybe the prosecutors will care a little bit more. So yeah, I'm gonna try to do that. We'll see. And then, what else did I want to say? Oh yeah. Kind of one last thing, and then I'll just kind of yap as the live continues to go on. I don't want to see any bullshit centering lives after this one. So just keep that in mind. I just wanted to throw that out there because I feel like after big lives where dangerous people are discussed, there's a lot of bullshit centering that happens. And I just hope that we don't see any of that. Let's just not do that, please and thank you. And I would appreciate it. So just don't do it. And obviously, big shout out to Ernesto and Irish. Ernesto, for being Irish, is, essentially Irish's puppet to play all the videos, and and then of course, Irish, you did a really good job putting all of this together and helping with everything in the past, what has it been, 3 weeks? So I appreciate that. So
no worries. All right, we'll bring up a couple of people who are in the comments.
There are no strings on me.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm going to get canceled for that one, but
which one?
his puppet. Hey, Brussels.
Sorry.
Okay, no, the one thing that I did also want to add, I wanted you to be able to speak first, Mac, because this is for you. But the one thing I did want to make clear is what Iris said is very, very true. Whether you like or dislike a victim, you never, ever, ever. It's never conditional. Support is never conditional, ever. There should never be a point, even if it's the person that I despise, if they are a victim, they receive my support. It is irrelevant who they are. It is about supporting a victim. That's it. It's not questioning it. It's not doing any of that. It's about support, more than above all else. That's it.
Testing. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, my box wasn't lighting up. I don't want to center this situation, but I think it's important to talk about. This Bobby stuff has been going on for what, 6 months now, Mac?
4 months. We need to be very clear. He's pushing this 6-month narrative because he wants to claim it happened at the time of the election. It started, sadly, New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve was the first
Wait,
official
yes, I remember
video.
now. Yeah, New Year's Eve. Okay. 4 months. I want everyone to understand, everyone that's like, oh, Brussels, I'm so sorry I didn't believe you about Jones when you spoke out in January. Brussels, I'm so sorry I wasn't there a year ago. Literally, Mac is no different. None of you listened to her. A lot of you did not believe her. And she could have faced like actual physical harm. This man is not that far. He lives in the same continent as her. It's not that hard for him to get in his car and drive there and harm her if he wanted to. And I really, really think it's an important point to drive home, like how important it is to believe women and actually understand what he's saying and the delusion behind it. Everyone should have stopped and said, what the fuck, when he started talking about her grave and then saying, no, I didn't say that, or naming her rapist. It's insane to me that Discord servers didn't light up, TikTok wasn't making videos, everyone wasn't talking about this right away. It should not take someone being in physical danger or undergoing physical harm for people to care. We talk about grape culture all the time in these communities and the grape culture pyramid. And if you've ever listened to anything any of us have ever said, it doesn't start at assault. It starts with attitudes, and those attitudes lead to actions. So it's really important to believe women when they express concerns. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. Brussels, I was gonna say just like about what you just said. Like this, like all of this is really, I mean, obviously we've all seen that Bobby is very unstable, and I am like, again, just this is going to set him off, and I do expect there to be some sort of there will be some sort of a reaction. I don't know what the reaction will be, but I know that there will be one. So like, I'm probably not gonna be as active or posting a whole lot over at least the next week, maybe 2, I don't know. But like, I'm still not in the clear with Bobby. I think that he's still potentially a danger. So I just wanted to reiterate that. So I mean, I think he's always going to be. Like, yeah, unless he moves continents. Yep. I think that people underestimate these men, especially men on the left. I was making this point earlier today. Abusive men do not know a political party or a race. They're abusers. They're abusive. They intimidate you. They make threats. They have their own delusional justifications for the things that they say and what they do. So to chalk it up to things like political parties not only minimizes the harm that's being done, it puts people in real danger. Can I also say something? I've seen a lot of the pro-Bobby people in here. Ash, uncancelable Sarah, whatever your name is. I've seen a lot of you in here. Are you gonna, like, I would really like to know if you're an avid Bobby supporter. I'm sure some of the others are in here too. Mary, I don't know. I've seen you guys join. You guys still gonna support them? Are we? Oh my gosh, Candace, that was insane. You did not have to send me what you just sent me. Thank you so much, Candace. I really would like to. I would like to talk to some of those people. I told you. I told you guys last fucking week. I told you guys, all of the supporters. I told you guys you had a very limited time window to to either listen to what I was saying or be exposed for promoting a very dangerous narcissistic predator. And none of you guys wanted to come forward and not be friends with your border bitch. And so now, what do you have to say for yourself? Are you just going to chalk it up to, oh, it's a fake email, oh, it's a this, oh, it's a that, oh, she manipulated the police? What's it going to be? Or are you just going to take accountability and recognize that this person that you've been defending for 4 fucking months plus is a bad person and you should not be supporting this person? I really would like to know, because I know you guys are fucking in here recording it. And I know that Bobby's in here recording it too. Bobby,
Well, on that note, in my season chat, guys, I need a profile is what I'm asking for. I'm not asking physically. I need a profile. Can someone send me the PFP profile? I just need the profile, the screenshot of the profile, quickly.
Of whose profile?
We got it. One moment.
So that's what I wanted to say. And in regards to Bobby, because I know he's seeing this, recording it, whatever. Bobby, I'm not just gonna give up on trying to have you held accountable criminally. So I'm going to so you gotta stop now. Your hole is already so deep. You gotta stop now before you're already looking at criminal investigation. So I would suggest that you stop now. Unless you want to go to prison. I mean, it's already looking like that's where it's headed. Hopefully. I would just urge you to stop. Because, bro, you've taken it way too far. Way too far. And you're a problem. And I hope that your girlfriend is seeing this too. Because the fact that she's stood by you is not only one, very problematic, but two, I'm concerned for her as well at this point because of you and what we've all just learned about you in the past 2 hours. I'm concerned for you, but I also think that you're a problematic piece of shit. So, yeah, where are all the people? Again, this live has so many people in here, 700 people almost. Where are all of his supporters?
Well, on that note, can you big screen me? Because I'm going to make this point.
Well, did you want me to put it up?
Number of Bobbies.
Did you want me to put it up?
No, can you big screen me? No, I have something else. There is. Oh, so the recording for this live is going to be posted on my TikTok page in Tree Videos. That's why I want to get all the critical information up before 10 o'clock, because it's an hour per video. Now, I do not want people to harass these people. Let me be clear. I do not want people to harass these people. But I do, well, I'm going to make some exceptions. This person is disgusting and foul. This person is disgusting and foul. Do whatever the hell you want in terms of alerting her that she is enabling an abusive, dangerous person. Has been one of the worst, most disgusting, deplorable people supporting Bobby. Let's go through the list. In addition, and I'm going to make this clear, in addition, some people are being manipulated, right? Some people are being fed misinformation. Some people just are not in a place to hear. And whether or not they're being manipulated or not, we don't know. But I know that this person has been deplorable in their comments.
Can I just say, Irish, I don't subscribe to that. I literally,
as I said before, someone could literally fucking kill my dog, my child, my infant baby, and I still would not retaliate in the way Bobby has retaliated against Mac.
I don't understand. Like, honestly, I do believe... I can't figure it out. But yeah, she is a mod, the last person. Then there's this person who has been a big supporter of Bobby. We're going to go through all of them. This is someone, Mary, who has been... We have literally tried to explain to Mary, and Mary's response is almost always, where's the evidence? Where's the evidence? Bobby's my friend. I don't know. What do you want me to do? Bobby's my friend. Ernesto, Quacky just told you to do something.
Yeah, I saw it.
At the end of this. Yep. This person is a stalker. A disgusting stalker, and it's Ash. Oh, Quacky, get me Ash 23's profile. This, if you guys remember the person who was making sexual comments with Bobby, her name is Ash 23, and this is Ash 23's partner. Ash 23's partner, DOX's people. This is Sandy. She's a dog mom and an abuse enabler. This is JV Fort. It's an alt for another one of his accounts who's also foul. This person is deplorable, disgusting, and incorrigible. This person has made sexual jokes that are... This person has made sexual jokes that are just absolutely unimaginable concerning Mac. This person's just a basic bitch, white boy, like just annoying.
Can I just say that Karsten almost sounds like Karen?
Sure. Another one of Bobby's big supporters. We're going to ask because I do want to take people's individual circumstances into consideration. This man does purport to have a terminal illness, and so be gentle with regard to talking to James. On the flip side, James has been barbaric in how it is he has talked about Mac and has been feral in defending Bobby. This is Bobby's partner. This is the girlfriend. The girlfriend who has victim blamed Mac. The girlfriend who has lied along with Bobby about claiming that she and her daughter were threatened by Mac, which never happened. The girlfriend who lied about their hospital requiring being put on shutdown. The woman who is literally enabling Bobby to be abusive, who I have not gone after in any way, who I have not threatened in any way, because I assumed that what Bobby does to women online, he does to women in person, which may explain why your first wife fled with the 2 kids after 1 year with you, Bobby. Most women who are barely the age of 20 don't usually flee a man who they just recently married, who's in the military with benefits, when they have 2 brand new children, Bobby. So given the fact that one of your partners have fled, I have not tried to shine a light on Ara, but I also had not seen how Ara spoke to Mac until last night. Let's continue. Oh, no, we're not done. Roxy Hart has also been a big supporter. Ash Lies Health Goal, also another big supporter.
Oh my God. I hate
Tommy
him.
D, another big supporter, and just spreads a lot of abuse about Mac.
That facial hair is a red flag.
This person's an absolute scumbag. I give you no guidelines for that person.
I think one of them is in the comments.
Great,
Or not
they can join.
in the request. Can I
Great,
let
they
them
can
up?
join. Yeah, sure. Eileen is the one going around calling me a PDF in order to discredit Mac. Pam Wiley, another one who's been very supportive of Bobby. And again, we'll end on this person. But let me get you Ash's profile. One moment.
while we wait, was there anything in particular? Is it Ashley or Ashly?
It's Ashley.
Ashley. Okay. Is there anything that you wanted to address? Something in
Yeah,
reference
I
to?
wanted just to say that, like, I've been staying out of all of this. I pop in to watch, but I blocked Bobby months ago. I'm not a mod for him. Sorry. I'm really nervous that I got, really upset I got pulled into this. I just want to make it clear, I do not support him. I do not support any of his actions, and I blocked him months ago. I do not support Bobby or his actions, and I'm not friends with him. I do.
Let me ask why you blocked him? Why did you block him? Yeah, why'd you block him?
Oh, because I saw the way that he treated one of his mods in one of his lives when she was trying to explain her story, and he basically talked over her and not denied, but kind of dismissed her whole point when she was trying to explain how Bobby's behavior was affecting, I believe it was Mac.
Yeah, it was. I don't remember the name of the mod, but yeah, she came and spoke with us about it.
I don't know for naming that mod though.
No, that's what I'm saying. I didn't want to name her. I remember that person wanting to just have a conversation with Bobby and him, not willing to listen to anything that she said.
Yeah, and up to that point, I didn't really know what was going on. I was moderating for him. And then I saw the evidence that was provided, and I blocked him. So I'm not associated with him. I
want to be super clear. You were there when this all started with Bobby, and you were very pro Bobby, correct?
When I popped into that live, I was defending him, yeah, and then I saw the evidence that you guys provided, and I wanted nothing to do with him. I was afraid. I wanted to speak with him, actually, but after seeing the way he spoke with Monique, I said, I just made a decision to step back. I didn't want him attacking me, and I'm not like a huge creator. I have videos, but I don't do lives other than hopping on and saying hello to my friends. Sometimes I'll try to talk politics.
Ashley, because we know who Bobby is, I think it would be best for us to drop you so that you don't say anything about Bobby, because he, as I'm sure you know, will target people. So what I'm going to say right now is Ashley is stating that she doesn't support Bobby anymore and that she has backed off, and I'm guessing she understands that Bobby is dangerous, and Bobby has a habit of going after people who say anything negative about him. So Ashley, you're more than welcome to stay, but you know that he makes videos and will attack and denigrate anyone who says anything. So would you like me to drop you down?
After I say this, if you don't mind,
sure.
Everyone's asking me to apologize to Mac, and I do apologize, Mac. I don't remember me actually defending his actions against you specifically, and when I saw that he was sexualizing you, I was disgusted. I'm very sorry that he treated you that way, and that I supported him at all in the very beginning when I didn't have any of this information. I need to think about how I guess defend people, or think about how I am quicker, I guess, not to believe the victim, because as soon as all that was said, I should have just went ahead and either said something to him or not. I didn't have the information. And then, like I said, I heard what he said to you or about you with McDonald's comment, and then the way that he spoke to Monique afterwards. Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to say her name. But I am sorry, and you didn't deserve any of that.
Okay. Yeah, I just have seen you in the spaces, so I was curious.
Yeah, I mean, I've reached out to several other people saying that I don't. They're like don't support him. I don't know if they want to reach out to you and send that. I don't know how important that is to you. But
Ashley, what I might ask is, to the extent you're a mod and someone who is trusted, how long of this live have you seen?
I'm so sorry. What was that question?
How much of this live have you seen?
I've been on for at least a couple hours, I guess.
Okay. All I would ask is you don't have to make public statements or make videos because Bobby will target you. But to the extent you know who his mods were and you have a connection with his mods, for the love of God, can you please get people to understand? Because they just think we're crazy people because Bobby keeps telling them that. That would really do something helpful. And I know you're like, well, what do I have to do with this and stuff? The problem is when you support the abusive, everyone's always very happy to support the abusive person. But then when the abusive person gets exposed, no one wants to take 20 minutes to try to deplatform the abusive person. So if you could do that, I think that would be amazing. We're not going to check up on you, but if you could do that, that would be fantastic.
And I've had conversations with our friends.
Ashley, I literally was just going to say, I have a message from you in January telling me that you were like getting apart away from this because you were like amazed at how horrible he was being. I have a screenshot of it. If you don't mind me sharing it with Irish, I'm happy to do so.
We trust her. Well, I do want to say something before Ashley drops, and this is actually in reference to the comments here. Anybody in the comments, you do not get to decide whether or not her apology is sufficient because her apology was not to you. It was to Mac. So if Mac feels that her apology was genuine and sufficient, that should be sufficient enough for anybody in the comments.
Hard agree.
All right. Well,
we'll drop you down, Ash. We appreciate you sharing that.
Yeah,
and we really appreciate you even bothered and come up. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, I'll drop.
Thank you,
Ashley.
Yeah, Ernesto, I don't have the ability to mute, drop, or I can only bring people up, whatever that is. I don't.
I'm not sure. That might just be a glitch. But you are checked. Yeah, all the boxes are checked. Maybe I'll unmod you and then mod you again.
We do want to just give some context, and we want to send a lot of hate to Alabama fella in the bottom left-hand corner, because if you all remember the live with Ken that started all of this, Alabama is the guy who brought Bobby up onto the goddamn live, which is what started all of this. So can we all get an L Alabama in the comments?
Lord. Or a W because he exposed him by bringing him up and letting him show his whole ass. I mean, honestly.
That's another spin to it, yeah.
I mean, it's like a bitter, I'm sorry, but this is not something new. I mean, I told you this has been going on with him since he got on the app. It's that it's finally been exposed of how much of a piece of shit he is.
Yeah, Alabama is the one of the very few people who was literally here from day one, because a lot of people who saw the Bobby v. Mac live they didn't see the Ken live.
Mm-hmm. Right, and that's what I mean. He was just being tough in the comments and just all the stuff.
It's fine. Hold on, keep going, Alabama. Irish, it's fine.
Oh, I said, the way that we are on the app and then in real life and stuff, at the end of the day, we need to call attention to different folks. And he was definitely being part of the all men or not all men group. And that in itself is an issue. And so he's very much proved that it is all men, and he can only tell stories for so long, right? Until you confront those internal issues that we are raised with in this society, then this is what we're going to have: a whole bunch of BS and back and forth, and not believing women and not believing victims and all of the things that go on with this. It's tough it's crazy that it's went on for this amount of time and people still support him. And I think that's where we're getting to with this, is like the support needs to go away, because people that are being supported that are issues like this, that's the issue.
Indeed.
Again, I want to say in the comments, or for the comments, just because I've seen comments here and there, can you guys stop trying to center your irrelevant to this topic issues? If you could if you have an issue with anyone up on the panel, do me a favor and for just a couple hours, get over yourself and shut the fuck up. Please and thank you. Because I don't know why we're trying to derail a very important discussion about a dangerous, abusive man. And I just would appreciate, as the victim of Bobby, I would appreciate if you guys took your stupid ass problems and just threw them out the window for fucking 5 hours. Can you, just for 5 hours, please and thank you. That's literally all I'm asking. 5 hours. Or you could leave. You could always do that.
Mac, by the way, if I may, hi, my name is Luke. I'm a fellow follower. I would definitely like to tell you how sorry I am for what you and other survivors and victims went through. He is such a piece of shit, and you're a bright person. Don't stop being you.
Oh, thanks. That's good to hear.
I want to also point out in that original video on Ken's Live, Bobby really thought he had a gotcha moment when he asked Alabama, "Are you a man?" He said, "Are you a man? Are you a man?" And Alabama says, "Yes." He goes, "So you're part of the problem?" Alabama said, "Yes." And he just didn't know how to answer to that. He really thought he had something.
I want to say something. I follow you, Mac, because you're a strong woman, and I don't think this is I don't think that was horrible what he did to you, and it was just that's why I followed you, because I believe your story, and I didn't know anything about this until now, and I don't support anything like that. I never knew anything about Bobby, but I heard until I got up on I can't think of her name, the other woman's panel, and she was talking about it, and she told us to follow you and follow the person. What's her name? The person that was going to talk about this, and I didn't know nothing about it.
Oh, I think it was Brussels Live that you did. Then you followed, because I remember seeing you in Brussels Live.
Yeah, I was in Brussels Live.
Yeah.
And I'm just so sorry this happened to you. Them calling you names, you did not deserve that. And you are a strong woman, and I just love you, and I followed you.
Well, I appreciate that. I'm gonna go ahead and follow you back. I'm really bad about re-following people back. I'm so sorry.
No worries.
There's so many people that no, I know. I need to follow you back as well. There's so many people. I'm so bad about it. I'm so sorry. But I appreciate that. And what I was going to say earlier was about Bobby's girlfriend, Ara. What I wanted to say about that was I think I had gone up into Bobby's live because he was suggesting things about me that simply weren't true. And, he was also trying to discredit my story, whatever. And I was, talking to Bobby, whatever, and he brought up his girlfriend, and his girlfriend just immediately comes up and starts acting like a victim of me, acting like I had done something to her, acting like I don't even know. And that's when she started talking about her hospital. And I just think it's insane that she decided to act like she was a victim of me when her boyfriend had been doing everything that she claimed to be a victim of from me is the things that her boyfriend did to me. And she also called me that little thing, quote unquote. That little thing is what she called me. And I just that's really weird coming from a nurse.
Yeah. Not only that, but that is incredibly degrading. And I'm like, who the hell do people think they are?
Right.
Seriously.
No, it was a really gross thing to do. But yeah, I appreciate the support. But
Absolutely, Mac. Yeah.
When it comes to Bobby, this has just genuinely been a lot more I have had to have over the past 3 weeks, I've had to have so many meetings with so many different people, and I've had to, you know, like, it's just been a lot. Like, and I'm a loud ass. I'm like a loud mouthed person. Irish knows. And so over the last 3 weeks, I have been biting my tongue because, like, the amount of time that I've spent into, like, and I haven't even been the one who spent the most time doing, like, gathering everything. It's just been an insane amount of effort that's gone into all of this, and an insane amount, like, of emotional labor from everyone who's been involved in trying to get this. I'm aware.
Can I be a wee bit messy?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Can you big screen me? To the person who just DM'd me, saying, actually, let me make sure I read your DM correctly, because I don't let this shit go, and I'm not a boys club fuck. So hold on one moment. So if you just DM'd me, make sure to stick around for a minute.
Shit's about to get real.
Irish, good job. You did it the right way. Glad Bobby was dumb enough to get the authorities involved. The pieces you have now are the ones I could never get. Well done. Sounds nice. Like, that sounds supportive, right? That sounds like someone who's like saying, hey, you did a good job. You're doing a good thing. You're a good person. Ain't this you, Crow? Crow, didn't you block me because of my support for Brussels against Jones?
Oh my God!
Didn't you message me, Crow, and literally say, quote unquote, Mr. Jones is not a villain and should not be put out as such? Crow and Arrow, that was you, right, bro? Crow and Arrow, you were also the guy who tried to take down Bobby, right? But Bobby harassed you, and don't get me wrong, Bobby's good at harassing. But I want to be clear, you were also the bitch who ran from Bobby, right? That was you, which allowed him to therefore victimize other people. You were also the person who said that you had dirt on Bobby and led me down a wrong road by giving me false information. That was also you, right, Crow? So let's just have a crossover episode here, and let's start calling out the creators, the ones who support people who come forward with evidence versus the ones who are little fucking baby bitches who will stay supportive of bad, abusive men just because they're a little bit more popular.
Jesus.
So yeah, Crow, respectfully, your opinion and your judgment don't... Oh, they attacked your family. Oh no, I'm so sorry they attacked your family. I'm so sorry. I don't know how him attacking your family somehow in any way led to you giving me false information, or somehow in any way led to you giving me false information, or led to you defending Jones against my support of Brussels and then led you to block me. I don't know how your family's related to those two independent decisions, Crow. I'm tired of the pretendians on this fucking app. Brussels, if you want a second to respond, feel free.
I see you in the comments of videos being made, Crow. I actually never received a DM from you, but I saw you go on that live where Jones crashed out about me for 4.5 hours.
On the panel. On the panel.
He went on the panel, and you know what he said? He said, Jones, you shouldn't fuck with Bobby. Like, Bobby's in the comments and I'm worried about Bobby, but like, you didn't express why. You didn't tell Jones he was wrong for his behavior. You certainly didn't tell Bobby he was wrong for his behavior in front of what, the 2.2 thousand people that were in that live? Honestly, all I learned from that live was that you were so very grateful to Jones for giving your family money. Whose money was that? Not to be messy, but I'm not gonna say it's fuck you, Crow. I'm not gonna say it's fuck you till the day I die or anything. I'm just genuinely trying to understand where you're coming from, because a lot of the things that you've done have been really sus. Really sus. That's all. That's really it.
I'll say this. A lot of people in here will call me a whole bunch of names and have a whole lot of issues with me. Two things you cannot dispute. I have never told a lie on this app, at least a lie that has nothing to do with my identity. And the second thing is, my spidey sense for shit guys is fucking top notch. And Crow, you're a liar. The conversations you and I had, you're a liar. I don't fuck with liars.
Stella.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good. Well, this has been a night, you guys. Mac and Brussels, I am so sorry that you two are going through these things. So many, believe all women people out here are not walking the walk, and that's really, upsetting, and I'm sure very upsetting for you, but I am glad that you found people who are here for you. Irish, you need a cape because you're a superhero. You're the way that you've supported these women. Stop
for a moment. Stop. We don't talk about. I'm not. Look, don't do that. Please don't. I appreciate where you're coming from. You can send me a message though. Thank you.
You're awesome, Irish. Okay. Anyway, ladies, I hope you're safe. I hope you can keep yourself safe, and yeah, you are with a bunch of people who believe you, and so I'm really glad you have that.
Oh, I know what I wanted to say. Oh, thank you, Stella. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. No, thank you. I appreciate it. I wanted to say, yeah, like this is directed at Bobby and his people. Just to be, honest, I will be sending what Bobby said last night to the police about him wanting to go a couple states over in the next couple of days. And so
That's
to
terrifying.
make that clear that that's going to be sent to the police.
How is this guy
in prison soon? Yeah.
How's this guy not in jail yet?
Because it takes a while.
People, they don't care.
Can I say it? Because as much as he wants to say that he's like, in his own words, he's just like Carmelo Anthony. Bobby is a fucking white man, okay? He can say he's brown all he wants. He's white. He's white privilege.
Sounds about white.
I think I would also add the other issue is that he's got the sociopath voice. And again, this is sort of related to the perfect, imperfect victim. Mac, if someone tuned into her lives superficially, is someone who curses, who will insult bad men, is someone who can be extremely unhinged on the wrong person, whereas Bobby just is always even keel. And there's this weird idea on TikTok that if you don't curse and you don't use bad words and that you're not somehow, I don't know, if you're a normal human being, that you're a safe person. I don't understand that at all. So the fact that he would respond to cops in a calm, non-emotional manner, whereas that would be a red flag for pretty much any woman, that's a green flag for pretty much any male cop who's taking his statement, in my opinion.
Well, don't forget he crashed out whenever he found out that there was nothing to be. That's the crash out that I was referring to earlier. A couple of lives ago, I was referring to a crash out on Bobby's behalf. That's what I was referring to, was that he became irate whenever he learned that I've done nothing to him. So
I also want to point out there was one of his videos that he posted about how his claim was that because you can look up a FOIA on him and it doesn't show that he's a dangerous person, then he's not a dangerous person. And how long have predators been around not having a record but still being predators? You don't have to be a criminal according to the law to be a criminal.
I will also add that for the first year and a half on this app, I focused on rapists and PDFs. Most of my energy was focused on that sort of person because I didn't really understand emotional abuse and how bad it was. And the past year or so, I've really been focusing on emotional abuse. And the problem is that terrorizing a person, yes, technically there's a law, but the type of things that these people do, it's largely emotional and psychological abuse, and it is horrific. And I really only started to appreciate that about a year and a half ago, how I just didn't realize why I was considering emotional abuse to not really matter. And then I just started having people coming to me from different communities talking about how bad they had it, what ostracization meant to them, what it meant to have a community and be kicked out of it, the manipulation, the narcissistic tactics that people use. It can be terrorizing. And so, you don't have to be a criminal to be a demon. You don't have to be a criminal to be an abusive, horrible person. And Bobby is an abusive, horrible person. And a lot of his actions, I think cops would just dismiss as, not something that would be worthy of pursuing criminal charges for. Because I think physical is all they really care about.
Unfortunately. Which then honestly, like, what makes me like incredibly pissed off about all of that is like how how do I say this? It's nothing bad, but it drives me insane that like in this situation and like in these scenarios, it makes me so pissed how survivors and especially women need to prove something as far as physical, because like what else do they need until things get worse?
Well, I think that's the thing with Jones and with Bobby, this escalation thing. So, like, there's multiple instances in the past of things that were called out about Jones, and they just kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Same thing with Bobby. And the reason why I went with those videos that I showed is that the first red flag is, why is this man stalking feminist lives? That's usually a red flag. And then secondly, how he responded to Mac. Incredibly defensive, personalized everything, centered his own experience when talking about women's issues. And then the third one was being sexually vulgar towards Mac and talking about her being raped by a Petri video. And then when she simply speaks out and says, hey, can you not sexualize me because, you don't like me, bro. When she does that, he then goes ahead and lies. Then he goes on to dox her. Then he goes on to get her. It's an escalation. And the worst part of it is you can stop it early. But a lot of people just don't do it. I don't know why they don't care earlier.
Yeah, it's simply the fact when narcissistic men like him, when other people stand up to him, he's literally the person where he thinks that he's untouchable, but then when someone causes the tiniest bit of friction and stands up to him, he acts all manly and defensive. And when I'm like, yeah, it's a taste of his own medicine, and all he has to do is stop being a dick.
I don't. Yeah, I thought I had somebody else. Clover, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Of course. I was just gonna say briefly. I know Mac's seen me in her lives, commenting and supporting since this started, but I just wanted to, I guess, say that I know throughout all of this there's been a lot of pressure. Oh, she's gone. Oh no. I hope she can hear me. But there's been a lot of pressure for her to act a certain way, to behave a certain way, to get more empathy. And the fact that she always stood 10 toes down, she always was true to herself, all of her snarky comebacks, all of her remarks, she never gave into that pressure. As someone who went through something not to this degree, anything remotely similar, but I did have someone report my essay without my consent, I shrunk. I froze. It worked. The impact of trying to get me to shut down worked, and I guess it was incredibly as difficult as it was for her to go through and to watch at times, to see her be her unapologetic self and not try to make herself smaller in order to be more appealing. I give you a lot of kudos for that, and that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I think my
we got
mic
you.
was.
Yes.
We got you.
Okay, cool. I appreciate it. It's definitely been Bobby has attempted to use the things that I've said against me, so I do appreciate that.
But if somebody out there wants to send Mac to Coachella,
so I wanted to touch on that part really quickly. So Bobby has this habit of he'll record like lives where I'm not even talking about him at all. I'll be doing like a get ready with me live, and he will record those lives just to like get a snip of whatever to use against me. And his latest and greatest claim has been that I'm weaponizing grape and women's issues to become an influencer, which I think is insane I just think it's really insane to like, first of all, talk on an issue that you're not a victim of. And let me be clear. Whenever Bobby mentioned that he was a SA victim, I asked him to specify whether that meant SA or grape. And he specified that meant SA, not grape. And so I want to make it very clear that you're not allowed to tell grape victims what they're allowed to do or not do in regards to like their trauma. And you don't get to be the arbiter of like what tokenizing grape looks like, IMO. But also I wanted to say that, Bobby, that's his latest claim, the Coachella claim. He's mad that I talked about wanting to grow my platform. And
Tommy D is in the comments,
jealous.
Mac.
yeah, I was going to ask. I wanted Mac to finish. I wanted Mac to be able to finish what she was saying.
I know that she would want Tommy D more.
But yeah,
Oh,
no,
yeah,
that's
Tommy
true.
D, yeah.
Hold
Tommy
on
D.
before everyone goes. What, Tommy? If you're willing to have a conversation up here, I'm more than happy to have a conversation with you up here. I will only have three of the three people up here that were affected. I know, Noel, you've had back and forth with him through that, but in this instance, I would love to have Brussels, Mac, and Irish up here to have a conversation with him.
Understandable.
I don't think he'll join. So
But
no one needs to drop.
that's up to whether or not he wants to come up. I'll have a conversation. If you don't know who I am, Tommy, what I do is I do mediate very well. That's one thing I do very well when I'm on these platforms. So I won't let anyone speak over you as long as you don't speak over anyone else, and I have absolutely no problem with that. And I'll keep it as civil as I possibly can if you're willing to have a conversation.
I don't think he will, but as we're waiting, I only joined because I forgot about this one screenshot that I think is important to show. This is Bobby encouraging his supporters to reach out to Max Grapist. I want to be super clear. This is literally Bobby posting fan mail from his supporters where his supporters are talking about reaching out to Max Grapist. Now, let me just blow this up. I really need you to process. He posted this in a video. That's where his head is. It says, I may or may not have spoken with Max Grapist's mom and dad. Let's just say they had absolutely no clue she'd accused him, which is false. As someone who did the police report with Mac, and who saw the interview, the summaries of the interviews that the officers conducted, I can absolutely tell you the father 100% knows. Let's just say they had absolutely no clue she'd accused them, said it's absolutely not true, and that she's an awful person, and has accused multiple men of this. Another lie. I told them if it was my son whose photo was people put all over TikTok by some girl accusing him of grape, I'd want to know. They were so thankful I let them know. So again, BobbyB0313 aligns himself with rapists. This person admitted in a text, apologized to Mac, and explained the reason he kept going after she said no a few times was because he thought she would warm up to it. And he didn't want their last night together to end like that. And Bobby G knows this, and Bobby G is still aligning himself with a known rapist. And he's supporting, that's why I shared all his supporters. Bobby G is encouraging his supporters to literally try to reach out to Max Grapist and get their side of the story, get information they can weaponize against Mac. I've never seen this level of inhumanity. So that's the only thing I joined for. I'll mute again.
Yeah, I honestly forgot about that screenshot because of all the crazy things that Bobby's done. But I do believe that's still on his page. Let me just really quickly. Yep, that's still on his page, that video that Irish is talking about. And
we all report at least that video, because what he's doing is he's giving a nugget. He's basically telling his supporters, this is how I'll notice you. This is how I'll pay attention to you. This is what I'll reward. So, we let Bobby, by the way, just to be clear, has done 195 videos on Mac. 195 videos, many of which are 11 minutes or more long. But we never, we don't care about most of them, but that one I would like reported.
Okay.
That one definitely needs to be reported.
All right, chat. If Tommy's not coming up, there's no need to goad him. I've already opened it up for Tommy, and if Tommy doesn't want to come up, we don't need to continue to pressure him to come up. He just doesn't feel comfortable or just doesn't want to come up. Let's leave it at that. We don't need to continue to comment. Bring him up. Tommy's come up. He's not in the requests. I don't see him in the comments. Or I don't see him in the live anymore. So there's no need to continue to press it.
I also wanted to say that, not only is this, so not only is obviously all of this, the stalking and harassment really just upsetting and frustrating, but it's also frustrating and upsetting for another reason, and that reason is kind of what Iris just touched on, that Bobby is somehow trying to weave my personal traumas into all of this, and because of him doing that, I've just had to explain, it's hard to explain a lot of what Bobby's done without explaining that part. And he, obviously I've had a lot of meetings with people in the past couple of weeks about all of the information that's been given. And it's just irritating that I've had to disclose things that I didn't want to disclose to certain people. So. Yeah.
Like your reports. Mac, do we bring the live to an end and maybe we just go regular live?
We should.
Live.
We should.
I can't do a regular live after today.
I definitely can. Go ahead.
Bruh, Iris, drink some fucking tea, homie.
Although, if we are going to do that, can you guys hear me when I'm doing what I'm doing right now?
Yes.
Yeah, crystal clear.
Oh, so I thought it paused it. Okay, let me just pull up one more screenshot.
It pauses when you leave the screen, Irish.
But I forget what it was.
I definitely think that there's going to be retaliation for this live. Not that, like, I very much wanted this live to happen. So if there is retaliation, that is on no one except for Bobby. But there definitely will be retaliation. And, like, he's already hinted at some sort of, I don't even know what the fuck he could be referring to. Honestly, I think that, I don't know what he's gonna, like, drop next week. But, yeah, there's definitely gonna be some bullshit happening.
Now, I did say, oh, go ahead, Brussels.
No, it's okay. I need to think of what I was going to say.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I do want to point out, because as this live was coming up and I was on Brussels panels, as we were talking about when this live was going to go, those who are still here, the 600 plus that are still here that did follow me specifically for this, you guys are more than welcome to unfollow me if you don't want to continue to get my lives popping up in your feeds or getting all of that. Again, this wasn't about me trying to get new followers or trying to grow my account in this way at all. Please, I don't need anybody to follow me if you don't want to. This wasn't the intention of this. I was doing it. This was specifically for Mac to be able to get her story out, for Iris to be able to tell that story in a manner that he was able to. In the manner that he was able to, I've been able to curate this platform and the way it's set up because of how I put it together, where it was kind of easier to do it this way. And for some reason, my platform has been one that has not been able to, has been able to stay up. So, and been able to stay without the glitch. So. That's what I did it for. I'm not looking for anybody to stay. If you don't want to stay, I'm fine with that. You can block me after that. I don't care. The point of this was to just at least get this story out.
W. Earnest. I did remember what I was going to say. I'm going to go all the way back to when Mac was talking about her joke about Coachella. Chat, how much does it cost to go to Coachella?
Jesus Christ.
Because if we really put it into perspective, I was having this argument in Mac's comments earlier today. Like a 2014 study said the average lifetime cost of rape is $122K. If we factor in inflation right now, that's probably like $165K. So who cares? Who cares if a girlie's dream is to just go to Coachella? If anything, that's saving people money.
And they have payment plans.
There you go.
Crazy.
Yes. That was cheaper than $165K. But I guarantee you.
So that
I guarantee you, Mac. I guarantee you, even if you got $165K, you'd build a better garden than Jones would.
Oh my gosh.
Max taking apologies and Coachella tickets.
That Coachella. So the Coachella thing, guys. Like, can a girl not just yap without being recorded? Let me. So, I was simply talking about. It was Coachella season like a month ago.
It was during Coachella season that you mentioned that, and that's all. That's the only reason it came up.
People were literally showing their outfits on the FYP.
Yeah, and I just mentioned Coachella during one of like these lives that I was having, and like talking about like my platform and like the goals that I have with like, I guess, this app moving forward. And I talked about how I talk about women's issues, and so that's not something that's necessarily like, unless you're the only people that I've seen on this app who really have made a genuine living off of the app have been like Dean and Parker. That's really it. I don't really know of anyone else who actually makes money off of debating and makes like a sustainable amount of money and has major influence. And so I was simply just talking about that, and
I made 37 cents last week.
That's so good of you, Ernesto. I'm so proud of you. But yeah, that's all I was talking about. And Bobby tried to spin it into saying that I'm tokenizing grape for personal benefits such as Coachella. And it's like, Bobby, you've said before that you've never been graped when you were asked. I don't appreciate you telling me, a real victim of grape, what I can and cannot say and what I can and cannot do as the result of that. Sorry, I just don't appreciate that bullshit.
Mac, I would like to remind you that he did say that he wanted to sue to get money for when he was assaulted.
Yeah, he didn't file a police report, interestingly. Here's what I was going to bring up very quickly. Just to be super clear, Bobby has body shamed a few people in a community, in a very specific community, which I'm not going to refer to. And as part of that body shaming, they did just want me to share 2 very quick photographs. And this was the first photograph they wanted to share. And they are sending me skincare recommendations because unlike them and unlike Bobby, I don't agree with body shaming. And they have been talking amongst themselves and sending this to dermatologists. And there is some concern because it doesn't look quite like regular acne. And they're still working on a set of skincare products. And Bobby, as a peace offering only, moving forward, I will post something on my profile, give you some recommendations because I don't like body shaming and I don't want them to body shame you. The other thing is that you mocked someone's teeth and you mocked the fact that your teeth were straight without the use of braces. And that is true, except for the slope that your 2 front teeth seem to have adapted from your eyebrows. Because there's definitely some weird slope going on with your 2 front teeth. And we have already spoken to a dentist about it. And you do not need to get veneers, and nor do you need to get porcelain crowns. Apparently, you can now do some sort of enamel filling that they're able to add on to the front tooth. So that when you mock women's smiles for being crooked and brag about the fact that your teeth, generally speaking, are not crooked, I just want you to be more specific that your teeth are not crooked horizontally, but vertically, they still need a little bit of help. Again, that's on behalf of a totally separate...
Wait, can I add something?
That is on behalf of a totally separate community.
Oh, yeah. Thank you,
And then I
Irish.
did
Yes.
want to do a crossover due to the fact that Brussels was supportive of Mac. And that is, if you all have known that, you know, Joan, if you're in my community, you guys have known about Jones for 1.5 years.
Bro, maybe even 2 years at this point. Who the fuck knows?
Jones that does
Irish, I'd happily offer my makeup advice on how he can cover that up for all the political campaigns that he won't be doing now. But, you know, just in case he's curious on how to cover that up, I do have the professional expertise. It's something that I have years of experience. I'd happily give him to cover those things up while they heal.
I did just want to say, chat, across my time on TikTok, I have noticed that men on the left, balding, if you're balding, it's kind of a red flag. It seems to be very correlated with toxic masculine behavior. So I would just like to inform you that minoxidil and dutasteride or finasteride, if you're scared of your PP not working, are not that expensive, especially if you have health insurance. Finasteride tends to be covered by your health insurance.
Full head of hair here. Full head of hair.
Minoxidil, if you use it topically, is toxic to pets, just a PSA. But you can take the oral medication.
So this here,
I don't fuck with that shit.
this person's name is, and I'm not kidding, his name is Oni Dildo. He goes by Dill. He was Jones's right-hand man. And when Jones held what was one of the most repulsive lives that I've seen, where his entire community denigrated Brussels, called her a Carolyn Bryant, accused her of making false allegations against black men, accused her of being a clout chaser, called her a hoe, this is the man who giddily and gleefully was echoing the same things and tried to slander Brussels by saying that Brussels was only doing it because she was jealous, and then tried to say that Brussels was only doing it because I, Irish, a white guy, was directing her to do it. So he tried to slander Brussels by association with me. And Dildo here, since Jones, I don't want to say since Jones was exposed, Jones has been exposed. But since people seem to all of a sudden care now that he hurt men a couple of days ago, Dildo has had the audacity to be in the comments pretending like he didn't know or didn't do anything. When in fact, I'm going to share some information right now. I know for a fact that the night before Brussels and Kenzie were to do the live exposing Jones, I know for a fact that Jones and Dildo called up a very influential person who had access and influence with Kenzie, threatened that person, shouted and yelled at that person, and tried to coerce them into getting Kenzie not to do the live exposing Jones. That person remembers that call so well because what they were confused about was, who the fuck is Dildo? Dildo had never spoken to this person a day in their life. Jones did what Jones does. Jones used someone else to do the abuse. Jones was on the call. That's the only reason why this influential person would take the call. So Jones and Dildo got on a call with someone who has access to Kenzie and myself in order to try to coerce, in order to have Dildo shout at and coerce this person into stopping the live. So Dildo, try to go ahead and make the claim you didn't know shit. Because if I don't see you on a panel in the next week apologizing to Brussels for what you did, you're the next person I'm going to look into. I'm going to consider you a continuation of a prior live. You won't be a new call out live. You're a continuation from a prior live. Fix it, Dildo.
I want to point out also, when Brussels and Kenzie had their live, it was well known and well established that I was going to have a follow-up live afterwards. And this was going to be the opportunity for Jones to come up and speak. Jones to be able to say what Jones needed to say, to ask questions, anything. It was going to be an open space for Jones, and only Jones, to say what he needed to say. Now, Jones did not come in, but he did have his partner at the time come in and say that he didn't know this live was happening, but they're busy with the kids. Now his partner had to send that message. He wasn't blocked. He was not. There was no way. Jones had every opportunity to at least send the message himself to say, I can't right now, for whatever reason that was. The following night, the live that he had about Brussels, it was very clear that Jones did in fact know about the live, because he said on his panel that it was sent that live a number of times. And he watched that live because he knows that none of his friends or none of the people that support him went up and defended him. He said that a number of times during that live, to the point where he was slamming his fist on his desk so angrily that nobody went and supported him and defended him. So he did know that was happening. And there were many times during that live, once again, even I went up onto the panel so people can follow me to come back to that live that happened immediately after this live that Brussels and Kenzie did. And he couldn't at least, bare minimum, come up himself to do that, just to say, I can't have a talk right now, because I also opened it up. I said, okay, we can have it another time. Never got a response back. Instead, he had to, because he needed the power, he had to host it himself. He had to host it himself, where he can bring up supporter after supporter to tell him how wonderful and great of a person that he is. He had to continue to do that over and over again. He had to get the confirmation bias of everyone in his panel over and over and over again during that conversation. Because he couldn't, at the very least, come and have a conversation on his own where nobody was going to go after him. No one was going to pressure him in any way. It was just an opportunity for him to be able to say what he needed to say. And that didn't happen.
I do also want to point out that this is another reason why I just cannot stand this is another reason why whenever you guys hear bad rumors about me or you see someone running, what always happens is when I call someone out, they run to the next one I called out and they try to gang up because they think that if they all start helping each other out, they think if they all start bonding together, they'll be tough enough. They'll be real men. They think it's like fucking, what is it? Is it Mighty Morphe Power Ranger? Who's the ones that always like combine together to create like one big robot? What the hell was that show in the 80s?
The one you're talking about was Voltron.
Was it Power Rangers?
It was Voltron.
It was Power Rangers.
Voltron and Power Rangers, same thing.
Individually, they're all puppies. They're all little babies who can't do anything. So what they like to do is they group up and they hope together they'll be a real man someday, one day soon. So these Pinocchio-ass motherfuckers will always like try to connect. And so when we were going after Bobby not only reached out to Jones, that's Bobby in the comments saying the same group that's attacking Jones attacked me. I contacted the authorities for their threats. Yeah, how'd that work out, Bobby? Not only did Bobby reach out to Jones, Bobby made a video about 2 months ago or 3 months ago.
Guess who has that video?
Jones.
Guess who has that video?
Yeah, grab it. And then I love this screenshot. Someone says here, Jones was being compared to Bobby G. This was 4 months ago. Jones is being compared to Bobby G by, I think, Irish Mac Brussels. Grape culture and misogynistic. I'm going to say this again to anyone in here. I don't care if you don't like me. I don't need you to give me money. I don't accept money. I do not need you to follow me. I do not need you going around on the app saying Irish is a good guy. What I would like you to do is get the fuck out of my way when all I'm trying to do is call out abusive people. Just do not derail the topic by making it about yourself and your old personal grudges. Just let me do what the fuck I'm doing. It's so infuriating.
That's the centering that I was mentioning earlier, because there needs to be prioritization in some aspects, and whatever beef you have with Irish, I'm sorry, is not like the forefront of what we should care about right now when we're talking about a dangerous stalker. I'm sorry, but your beef with Irish, hate to say it, not as important as me being stalked and harassed by this dude. Sorry. Oops, pissed you off. Don't care.
I do want to say that I've noticed a theme, and it's like Irish will speak up about like genuinely dangerous people, and they will use that opportunity to say like, oh, aren't these the same people that XYZ? Number one, no, they're not. Number two, these people are like that are being called out by Irish for being dangerous people are willing to take information from schmetophiles, transphobes, people who make rape threats,
rapists. What am I missing? There's one I thought of earlier that I'm missing now.
All of them, honestly.
Can I just say,
white
I was
supremacists.
Vegans.
Well,
White
actually,
supremacists.
Hold on. Noel's been very patient.
I'm trying so hard. I don't want to be rude, but I actually was at a protest here in New York with Mr. Jones and No Reds when they came up about 2.5 months ago, and I saw that Bobby was trying to make friends with him in order to, have some kind of empathy because I didn't even know that Irish had done a call out live on Mr. Jones. And I don't see all of them. I'm not going to lie to you guys. And I had told him the whole thing about how Bobby was problematic and what he was doing to Mac and everything. And I realized at that point, and that was my moment where I was like, I need to look more into this and sort of listen to what you guys were talking about. He doesn't care. He doesn't care. And that right there should have been the red flag right there for me. And that was the moment for me. Because this was discussed in person, face to face, me and him, about what was going on with Bobby and Mac. And I didn't know any of the other problematic stuff with him.
Right, Noel, I
actually like.
Let me
yeah,
just make
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I just want to make a
Mhm.
correction. Irish did not make a call out live on Jones.
Oh, okay.
It was Brussels.
Yeah.
I just want to make it
Me,
clear
it was-
because I don't
Okay.
want people to come
Yeah.
after Irish for something he did not do.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I
I'm
fucking
sorry.
wanted to. I fucking wanted to. Just to be clear.
I'm sorry.
Hi.
So
No,
to be
no,
clear,
you're
Brussels
fine.
did the live, and Brussels. I didn't know any of that about him. I think I might have scrolled through him and like not even
It was
seen
actually
it one day.
it may have been before your time following me.
It was the protest was in March, the beginning. I think it was the beginning of March. So, and that's where I saw him in New York. We didn't meet each other until we all met in January, and that was like right after all this had happened. I met you guys because that guy Joe Santana was on the panel who had been following me around, and he was on your panel, and I popped in because I was friends with Ernesto, and I was like, "Oh, you're on a panel, so I can actually confront you now about why you're following me around." And then the next live I see you guys in is the one about Bobby, and that's when I actually got to know all of you and this situation. But I'm just saying that Mr. Jones has been fully aware of Bobby G and all his bullshit and did nothing because it didn't meet any kind of
It wasn't
need.
gonna
And the
help
more-
him move forward in
Mhm.
any way.
Right, exactly.
I'll add to that. Do you guys remember I called out that asshat Dan, what is it, Malik?
Dan Malik, yeah. Luke, do you mind if I swap you out? I have somebody in the request.
Dan Malik
Yeah, go ahead, go for it.
Appreciate
was
it.
someone who was on the Unaf America tour, and he did a 7-hour live on Alina because Alina said, ooh. That man, Dan Malik, if you don't do a motherfucking 7-hour live on Jones, go fuck yourself. Because I don't understand how you do a 7-hour live on a woman that says, ooh. And what I'm noticing is most of the big creators that I know, the most you've done is a 2-minute video saying, oh, I just learned all this stuff. I don't mess with Jones anymore. You all know, I know, you all knew, you pieces of shit.
There's
You
also
all know that I know that Jones would send you group messages. You all know that Jones would put hits out on people who said anything negative about him. And you all know that I know you all complied like babies. You did whatever it is he told you. And now I'm really noticing the quote unquote feminist male creators who give a shit about women. None of you are doing 7-hour lives talking about what Jones did. None of you. And I guarantee not a single one of you will do a live on Bobby. But the reason I brought up Dan the Dick is because I found it kind of interesting, Dan, given that I'm in your Discord, bro, that you guys are in there not simply slandering me because you don't like how I talk to your big influential creator, but that you're all defending Bobby in there. Dan Malik's community has been defending Bobby ever since I hurt his fees.
Wait, Irish, I said this to you in DMs, but I think you missed it, and it's a really important point. Mac, do you remember what date you posted the video talking about Bobby stalking you and talking about how he wants to run for Congress?
Yeah.
When was that?
Well, there
Just
were
the
a
big
couple.
video? The big video or the very first sexual harassment video?
The very first one.
January
That was
4th.
January 4th.
So January 4th, I tagged Dan in the comments of that video, and he responded to me and watched it and was aware of Bobby's behavior.
Do you recall his response?
He said, "Thank you for letting me know."
Oh, that's sweet.
No, I remember that. I remember that now that you say that.
So that just gives apologists to me. So Dan Malik is an apologist for abuse? Question mark?
I don't know, but what I do know is that I'm gonna do a 7-hour live on how Irish pronounces ew.
Ew.
How the hell do you say ew?
It's not that way.
Ew.
Ew.
No,
Bro,
no,
you're
not
saying
ooh.
capital
You're
O,
saying, like, with
lowercase
a
o,
W.
lowercase o.
Like, why are you saying it with a W? It's ew.
Because it's got a W in it. It's EW, is it not?
You're saying O-O-W-O.
You're using like a U in there, like ooh, like you're like ooh.
I feel like this is
like a
ethnically
ooh
driven.
sound.
I will
U sound.
drop every single one of you if we have this. If this goes any more than 30 more seconds.
Why am I catching strays?
If the person who also, I remember someone sent me one DM from Dan's, because I can't pull up mine, but if someone wants to send me the messages about them celebrating Bobby in Dan's server, feel free in the server. I don't remember where I put them.
Can someone just go into the server and like drop a screenshot of like the police contacting me? Like that would be more beneficial. And I don't know, make it messy. I don't care about these people's Discord servers. You really think I give a fuck about your stupid little server? Blow that shit up. Blow that shit all the way up.
Magical,
I'm going
did
to
you?
drop down.
Oh,
sorry.
thank you,
I'm just
Clover.
going to drop down and make room on the panel. But thank
Appreciate
you
it.
again. And also, just before I leave, much love to you as well, Brussels. I've been tuning into all the lives, sending so much love to both of you.
I see you, Clover, and I appreciate you, Clover.
All the time. We see you all the
Yes.
time in the comments, Clover.
Adore you guys.
I mean, her name is very appropriate.
True.
Thank you. I use they them, but thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm
All right,
sorry,
bye, guys.
their name. I apologize. Clover.
You didn't know it happened.
Apparently Ash came in here at one point, and I just wanted to mention, Ash, if you are still in here, I would like to know how you feel about your little best friend being criminally investigated for stalking and harassment.
The same invitation goes out to you, Ash, that I give to Tommy or any other Bobby G supporter. And if you're all not comfortable with anyone else up here, I'll have a one-on-one conversation with you all. But I think it would be fair because considering Mac especially was a part of it, that Mac would be up here. But if you're not comfortable in that, I would even be willing just to have a conversation with you one-on-one with no problem. If you have any questions, that's not an issue. Magical, did you have anything to add to this? I know Andromeda
I need
was.
to talk to you too. I need to say something on the Ash thing, if that's okay. But Magical, go ahead.
Oh, sure. Yeah, go ahead, Magical.
I mean, most of everything that needed to be said has been said. I think y'all have been doing an amazing. Y'all have been doing amazing. I've been watching from the sidelines from my computer on my alt account. It's literally like pictureless, but it still says Magical. That was me.
Yeah, I blocked it. I'm kidding.
You did. Oh.
I'm kidding.
Anyways, so with that being said, the one thing I wanted to add on to the Ash part, is, I mean, Irish clocked it, especially earlier today when he said that Ash was racist and they were also still, kind of siding with Bobby. And I will also add on to the fact when I was going around and I was telling, creators about Bobby and whatnot, and then I went into one of my mutuals live and I saw my mutual had Ash as a mod. When I was getting ready to tell my mutual that Ash is friends with a dangerous person, not only did they ostracize me, but they got me blocked from that creator before I even had the chance to tell my mutual what was going on. So yeah, you really got me fucked up, Ash. You really
Yeah,
did.
magical. You know what's funny about that? That's exactly what I was about to say. Ash
Oh, it
blew up
happened to
an
you too?
entire half of my friend group is not friends with me anymore because of things that Ash has done, making up things, talking about calling me a transphobe.
Mm.
And it's so funny because the person that perpetuated that was in this live saying Ash was telling me as of yesterday they had nothing to do with Bobby anymore, and decided to come in here as soon as I came up on the panel to say that. And I just went to Bobby's page, and Ash, as of a couple hours ago, was commenting on Bobby's videos saying how much she supports him. So I just, yeah, Ash, this is the problem, is that people tried to stay friends with you. I had multiple conversations with you. I even came to these people and I was like, listen, she wants to talk to you. She wants to apologize about this and talk about this. And Brussels and Irish were totally right to tell me, no, don't. She's lying to you. And I believed them. And I'm glad I did after multiple conversations with you. And then it ended up blowing up half of my friend group because of things that you have said and done. I have no respect for you. I have no patience for you. I tried to give you so many opportunities. I even vouched for you in front of people that I didn't even know because I was trying to be a friend to you. And you're a repulsive human being for doing that to magical friends, to my friends. It's disgusting.
And not even that. This is the main fact that actually initially pissed me off to begin with. That made me start going around and telling people about Bobby and Ash. Is the fact that y'all find it okay for a grown ass man that's damn near geriatric and all 1 year closer to his senior discount, for him to quite literally pray and go after somebody that's in their 20s, early 20s, that has not been doing jack shit but talking about rape culture and misogyny. That's weird.
I didn't hear anything past senior discount.
What?
I feel it feels targeted towards older people.
Anyways.
I know, Iris, you want to talk about the screenshot, but if you have a sec, I know Andromeda wanted to come here. I want to give Andromeda a moment to speak.
I mean, this will only take 1 second.
Oh, yeah, okay.
To the
I did
people in
wanna say
Discord
just
who
before-
also, just sorry, real quick. To the people who are also in Discord, I know that there were the Bobby comments from Dan's server that I shared. And, a couple of you even sent them to me. If you guys can tag me in it right now, that would be great. However, I do want to say hi to in Dan's server, who just a few minutes ago decided to, I don't know, threaten me by saying if Irish goes after Dan, not saying he is, I can always send those screenshots of the comments Irish made. His Discord comments are, yeah. All right. Well, first of all, know who it is you're threatening and do some research on all of the people that they have canceled. Secondly, I don't go after people. If there's nothing bad, if you've done nothing wrong, there's nothing to worry about. But if you're a dangerous, bad person, I'm going to get you. And when you talk about my Discord comments as if they're new news, it was a joke response to women who were trying to get images of me that has been addressed 8,000 times. And you can keep trying to discredit me on this app. Nobody cares. At this point, 85% of TikTok to 90% of TikTok, they don't like me, bro. You can keep trying to discredit me and make people not like me, but they're not going to dispute my receipts. So I would recommend you guys don't get into a little turf war with me. And if you want to, realize I have been undefeated in these wars to date. So I would recommend that Dan simply be a little bit kinder and empathetic moving forward. That Dan doesn't defend predatory men. That Dan, perhaps in his server, just makes an announcement to let everyone know that Jones is a bad person. and that the people who are pro-Bobby may really need to rethink all of this so that they aren't pro-Bobby moving forward. That might be a smart thing to do. That's a kind thing to do. That's an empathetic thing to do. But if you all want to center your creator's ego over this, that's problematic. Stop it. Grow up. Sorry, Brussels and then Andromeda.
I'd say about 92%, not 90.
Bro, you gave a whole soliloquy. All I wanted to say was, considering Bobby's almost middle-aged, how is Ernesto's hairline better when he's ancient? Maybe Bobby's lying about his age, too.
I blame Brussels, I swear. Andromeda?
Yeah, hi. First, I just want to apologize to Mac. I'm sorry that I centered myself in the comments. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to get context because I haven't heard any of this before. And as a woman, I want to know who is safe and who isn't. So I really do apologize. I should have just sat and listened.
It's good. I mean, it's not like, it is what it is. People kind of do it often, but I mean, listen, there's a lot of reasons to not like Irish. There's a lot of reasons to not like him, trust. But I mean, I would say that, like, I'm happy that I know Irish, and I'm like happy that, you know, I'm personally happy to have Irish like in my corner. And I think there are a lot of other people who would say the same, because unlike the performative fuckwads that I was talking about last night, Irish actually has the skill sets to help people in real life, beyond TikTok. So that's why he's a really good friend. I know he's going to be really mad if I don't say that.
Yeah, let me deflect very quickly.
I'm on the fence.
Why is Dan Server talking about me dating Tashika?
What?
That's fucking weird energy, guys.
What the fuck? What? Wait, what?
Irish is so dumb. I can't watch him. He should date Tashika. They're both on the same wavelength.
That feels like misogynoir.
That's weird. That's a weird comment to make. Like, I understand, and don't get me wrong, to everyone in Dan's server right now, I've already completed an extract of the server. Go ahead, try to delete anything you guys want to try to delete. I already have every goddamn message that's ever been made in that server. And when you do a word search, it is insane the amount of hatred you all have for Tashika. Insane. And y'all are some grown-ass motherfucking people having that much hate for someone. And how old is Tashika? Is she like 22 or 23?
Early 20s, I believe.
Early 20s.
And I've checked, half of you, at least half of you, who are shitting on Tashika are in your 30s or older. Which is just weird, man. It's just weird. So maybe just stop, like, if you don't like someone, that's okay. Why don't you just internalize that and sit with your feelings and don't talk about them fucking random people on TikTok just because you don't like them? It's weird, Dan.
Yeah, I say this all the time. Internalize that shit like a normal fucking human being, bro. Sit with that shit inside of you and go to therapy.
Or blame Brussels. I mean, that always works for me. Lydia, what's up?
Oh, I wasn't done, but...
I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Andromeda.
I mean, it's really quick, and I know probably Irish doesn't care, but I do want to apologize to you as well, because literally it's just all hearsay, and I didn't do my own research and check you out, and I was manipulated.
I'm going to stop you right now. I'm going to stop you right now. Okay? You saying that I'm problematic or unsafe, I've got no issue with that. I think people should believe rumors. I don't get upset when people believe the rumors about me. That's a good thing we should encourage. When people are telling you that someone's bad and you're just hearing that as an unfounded rumor for someone you trust, I'm okay with you believing that. That's fine. Protect yourself. The only thing I was saying in the comments was, don't allow whatever issue you had with me to derail Mac's story. And I think we need to start making certain rules that when there's a fucking story being told about someone being victimized, literally there should be no derailing moving forward on TikTok. If there's a story being told about Brussels being victimized by Jones, you don't derail it. You don't derail it. It is selfish and self-centered, egomaniacal, and harmful. Fucking stop it.
And just
And
to
I'm
be
not talking to you,
clear,
Andromeda. That energy is not to you. That's TikTok world generally, just to be clear.
Oh, no, I know.
I was about to say that. I was about to say that he's not yelling at you. He's just he's just in general upset.
I totally get it. Yeah.
Yeah, no
yeah,
issues
it's just
with
like,
me at all.
again,
What
me
you did
just
was
trying
not a
to
big
figure out who's safe and who isn't. So that's the questions I was asking, just to make sure that I know I'm in a safe space.
Andromeda,
I would
my suggestion, and I suggest this to everyone, even in my space there, none of us are safe. Just keep it that way. None of us are safe. That's how I say move forward.
And I would say this, treat every man like a shark or like a lion. There may be lions that are in captivity, and you may have the owner of that lion say, oh no, that's a good one. And it may be a good one, but why would you take the risk? So when you say who's safe, I think the question is always about who's not safe. Because you're never going to know who the fuck is safe. They're never going to you're never going to be able to know enough about a person to know if they're safe. All you can ever know is who's unsafe. And I think you should treat everyone as if they're not safe, is personally what I would say. The other thing I would say is that there's some really easy ways to know who's not safe. When there's an allegation being made against you, you don't discredit the person with ancillary information. And you hear the person out and you give room for the person to talk and you engage in a dialogue. If you're able to do that, that's showing a lack of defensiveness. But if you look at all the abusive men who are called out, they all want to control the narrative. They all run to their own platforms or they get off the app because liars don't like being confronted one-on-one. They just don't like it. So they do everything they can to avoid it. I have always said, if anyone hears a rumor about me, and trust me, anything you've heard, I've already talked about 1,000 times. I am happy to address it on a live. I've got no problem. Okay. And that doesn't make me a safe one. I'm simply saying it's a really good red flag that if someone doesn't want to do that, that's weird.
Okay. I appreciate the advice, honestly.
And
I really didn't mean to derail.
Topic. No problem.
You mentioned the word victimization, and it reminded me of something. So I think, like, obviously, like I've said, I think this is really gonna piss off Bobby, whatever. But Bobby, so a couple of months ago, and I just wanted to clear this up here because I know that it's going to be used. A couple of months ago, I was on a live. And I just, at that point, I didn't want to like refer to myself as a victim of Bobby. So I said on a live that I didn't feel like a victim of Bobby. However, because of the escalation and because of the fact that there's quite literally a criminal investigation ensuing, I do feel more like a victim of Bobby's antics. So if you see that clip floating around, just know that that's from, I believe, like the end of January, which at that point I just didn't feel it was appropriate to label myself a victim, but the escalation has made me rethink that. So
I genuinely want to ask people, now that you've like heard everything that's happened with Bobby and the fact that he posted a video saying that he's going 2 states away, very ominously, are the rest of you not all considered like really concerned or considering Mac's safety and well-being and even like her life? Chat, yes or no? Because I mean, for me, it's a fucking hard yes.
Very
That being
hard
said,
yes.
Mac, could you please check your DMs on Discord because I sent you something I don't want to say on the live, but
Yeah,
I
I'll
might be
check
able
it
to.
in just a
Yeah,
second.
yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a really ominous thing that he said a couple days ago, and he also like smirked and laughed about like going live while being, you know, however many states away, couple states away is what he said. And he like ominously laughed like, I think we should go live. Like what is that? Like that's so weird. And again, I'm sending that to the police. So like they're going to be aware of that. And on top of you talking about your pew pew collection and talking about, you know, the veiled threats, like you need to just stop.
How you always
dug your hole
carries,
so
yeah.
fucking Exactly.
Hey, Mac.
What's up?
I don't know if you or anyone considered, do you think it now, obviously, there's that worry that he might be visiting you, but have you considered he might be visiting, you know, the person that he doxed?
Mac, talk about that.
Yeah,
Mac,
let's
yeah. So we got all of that stuff under control. Sorry, but obviously Bobby's watching.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Was there anything else, Andromeda, that you wanted to add? Just asking.
No, that was it. I just wanted to hop on and just apologize to
Just to
Mac
Mac.
and Irish.
Just to Mac and Brussels. Not
Just
to
to
me.
Mac.
Okay.
Just to Mac.
Well, Brussels as well, because
No, Andromeda
you
actually
support-
already reached
Oh,
out.
okay.
to me
Got it.
in the
My bad.
DM. Yeah.
Yes, I have.
My bad. No problem.
Yeah, I've talked to
What's
Brussels
that
for sure.
screenshot you got there, Irish? I want to see
I'll
that.
bring it up.
I'm gonna drop.
Okay, thanks,
All right.
Andromeda. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So this is again.
Talking about Bobby.
Also, I saw Irish was mentioned a bit ago. Bobby went live either last night or a few nights ago, and he completely exposed Irish. No, one of the primary reasons why I'm hated on this app is every time I call out a bad, dangerous person, they spend their lives trying to slander me because if they discredit me, they hope you won't listen to me. That's what they do. They spend, like, I literally have about 15, maybe to 25 long-term stalkers of people who I've exposed as Nazis, PDFs, rapists, who literally spend almost every day doing something about me. And so here is them saying that Bobby exposed me a few nights ago, and he completely exposed Irish. Irish made some sick comments in the past, very not safe. Like, if anyone associates with Irish, they're a red flag. Let's keep going. This is what their side does. Alina and Irish. This is what their side does. I'm sorry. I thought Alina and I were on the left. Are you guys not on the left over there? But all right, whatever. This is what their side does. Alina and Irish, they keep talking about something until something new major happens. Could be 2026 and they'll still be talking about Dan. This is the minimization. This is the minimization crap that pisses me off. Like, we're talking about people, what, the pet that they purchased 5 years ago or their clothing? No, we're talking about people being abusive. Are you seriously, like, trying to shame me for talking about abusive people, you weirdo? Why do you not care about talking about abusive people is the bigger question. And also, just for clarity, Alina does not like me. Alina is not my ally. Alina and I are not friends. Alina simply used me like a tool to help out with a live. And I offer those services for anybody. Fuck with me or not, I don't care. Don't talk shit on me. That would be great. but I'm willing to be used by anyone, whether you like me or not, if there's a bad person out there who you want exposed. I'm able to put my ego aside, Dan. Fucking weirdo.
Camaro, a request was sent to you. A lot of people in the comment are asking for you to come up. If you don't want to come up, that's fine. Don't come up. But if you're not going to, address it, I don't want you to. I don't need you to continue to address it in the comments. I don't even know if you're still here. I don't see you in the on the list anymore. But if you're not going to come up to address why you think Bobby didn't do anything, then that's fine. You can have that opinion, but not in here. If you're not going to address it.
What the hell? What the helly? What the helly auntie?
What's up, Sarah?
It's like the best sound effect ever.
Mac, I love you so much. Your live tonight was so good.
Thanks.
And I'm so proud of you. And I had no idea that all was
Irish.
happening. Like, that's actually insane. I'm so glad I went on Bobby's live one time to just be like, yo, you're crazy. I had no clue. And the fact that, like, it switched around on him so fast, like, he's a literal moron.
He's a total moron who fakes his degrees in order to sound smarter. Like Artemis.
Mr. Jones.
Like Artemis and Jones. Artemis
Yeah.
who's currently being paneled by the people who she lied to, which is weird to me, but whatever. Artemis who also lied about her degrees. Just like Jones lied about his degrees. Just
Can
like
I
Bobby
not to interrupt you,
lied about his
Iris?
degrees.
But at least, at least Bobby and Artemis have associate's degrees.
Brussels. Well, to be fair, Jones has like 25, so like we don't know which one's real.
All true.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure it out.
Wait, what
just
happened with
reading the
Alina?
comments.
I love Alina. I'm confused.
What do you mean?
Oh, nothing against Alina at all.
Oh, okay.
No, it was
okay.
Dan. It was Dan that was.
I said
Oh,
Alina
it was
doesn't
the
like
Dan
me. Yeah, I was saying Alina doesn't like me. I don't dislike Alina. It's not the other way around. Sometimes people in her community are like, why was Irish in Alina's live? Because, I'm not welcome in a lot of feminist lives, which I'm all right with. And some people have been like, how dare Alina do that? And like, I would really seriously ask yourselves a question. Like, seriously. Like, would you have preferred me not to have done that live? Like, would you have preferred, like, I don't want to like oversell it, but that live hosted with Alina was a turning point on Harry.
I was going to say, are you
Big
talking about my
fucking
live?
Yeah, you're live. It was a big fucking turning point. I like
Well, yeah,
just
no,
priorities, folk.
I really appreciate Alina holding the live, obviously.
Really
and like
helps.
the fact that both of you were working together. And Alina, I know you've been like, I don't know what you've been dealing with recently, and I don't want to take it off topic because I know this live's about Mac, but like anyone that like left Alina as a friend because of that is a literal psychopath. Like I know there's been a lot going on with Alina recently with like people, like she's just standing up for what's right. And like, I don't understand why people are like so upset. Like, why are you going to leave a friend because they're calling out bad behavior on this app? Like, should they just be silent? Like, you sound stupid.
That's what the people want.
My
They want
mind-
a silent.
My mindset has always been, I don't lose friends, I gain time.
It's really because people think that their like independent issues or beef should be prioritized over genuine trauma and harm. It's really like I feel like so many people on this app love to center, and it's like, yeah, so I think we should prioritize some things here and there, and I think like some things are objectively worse than others, and we should just be able to set aside for half a second issues with other creators so we can call out the people who deserve it.
I literally could not agree more.
You know what I'll say is the question should not be, why would Alina platform a scumbag like me? The question should be, why is Alina forced to platform someone like me? Why is it none of the other guys on the app seem to give a flying fuck? Why is it there's been hardly any men doing any lives on these guys? Why is it there's so many men who do lives talking about misogyny, patriarchy, and grape culture, using those as their talking points, but when one of their dudes in their community does something, they don't do shit? Why don't they even, you don't even have to do a live denigrating them. Why don't you do a live highlighting their abusive activity and their abusive actions so that people can learn? You can make it an educational thing. It doesn't have to be a gossip sesh. You can literally look at what happened and be like, here's all the ways that manipulation was carried out. Here's all the points in which we could have intervened. Here's where our community contributed to that harm. Here's where I contributed to that harm. You could make it educational, but you don't. So the problem isn't Alina allowing someone like me on their platform. Why the fuck are the guys who you're all supporting not doing this shit so that I become irrelevant?
I always think of, I don't know if you guys watch like Swoop on YouTube, but her like logo or like, I guess mantra is like, it's not drama, it's dangerous. And like, I ride by that hard because I like what Max said, like, I think people should be able to put aside any sort of like personal issues to be able to come together and like call out bad behavior. Like Alina said in the comments, like no other person would have done it. The fact that you both worked together when that's like not something that's preferable is like, should show the severity of the situation. And yeah, I'm tired of it being called drama. It's not drama. Like you were saying, Irish, it's not like a gossip sesh where we just sit around and just like talk about drama. Like it's not drama. Like, of course there are people on TikTok that talk about drama and just do things for clicks, but like maybe like use your mind and brain and be like, oh, okay, like this is actually like harmful to the people in the community.
And on that note,
Wait,
but
can I
also
add something just to interrupt you. Sorry. I really want to say that like on the note of it not being drama and why aren't the other men calling it out? When was it? Probably a year and a half ago, maybe a little more, that Irish actually offered to help me talk about the harm Jones did when he did it, but he couldn't do it because of the messenger that he would be, and nobody would listen, and it would just turn into him being a racist and the harm that he did not being platformed. And I think it's really, really important to center women when they're talking about the harms they experience, rather than literally shooting and unaliving and stomping on and then hanging and tarring and feathering the messenger. Because, like, legitimately, I think none of you would have listened to anything I said unless Santana said something. And none of you did listen to Mac until men said something. Like, really think about that. That's all.
Just last thing, sorry, Irish. Copying off of that, the last thing I want to say is that what Brussels said, like, you need to not focus on the messenger, focus on the message. That's it.
Yeah, I would also add to what Brussels said. A year and a half ago, when Jones showed his true side, and when I saw him defending a white presenting person and betraying all the statements that he made on his live, I literally have the screenshots of me messaging people saying that Jones is going to hurt someone in the future. I literally have the screenshots of me messaging 5 of you larger creators, 5 of you larger creators, all of whom told me not to say anything. Every single one, I have those screenshots. 5 of you said I shouldn't say anything. And in those same screenshots, I literally tell you that he's showing all the hallmarks of an abusive man, and that my concern by staying silent is that he is going to abuse more people. Meaning, for the past year and a half, anyone who's been abused, I genuinely feel a hand in that, because the difference in this case was it's not a victim came to me and I was protecting a victim by not speaking out. I was advised not to for reasons. And I said, when I was, I'm not going to get into that part of it, but like, y'all need to fucking really look on the inside because it's fucked up. This community is fucked up, man.
Yeah.
I think it's like when you've got all these people that are just staying quiet about things, and it's a little bit frustrating that maybe some of those larger creators didn't, look at the receipts that you had, or, actually take your advice, and maybe if they were in a position where the message might be received better.
Honestly,
Take that on.
I don't want to cut you off, but that's just giving them an out. Let's not do that.
Oh, no. I'm not giving them an out.
No,
That
I'm
is
not saying you are, but
absolutely-
that is just any kind of reasoning why they wouldn't do it, not coming from them directly, is giving them an out.
Gotcha.
And you know what? I'm going to show how it's not an out, because there was a sixth creator who did what was right. And guys, I know people are saying name the other five. Do you all think I'm worried about naming names? No, but I have to think about the long game. And the long game is, can they do what's right? And what I mean by that is, hey, it's not a bad idea to let them know that would not be very nice for people to learn about that. And maybe they should do something about it. That could be more effective. So just trust me on that part. But I did forget about the sixth person, and I will say it. Kenzie. Jones went to Kenzie and told Kenzie, burn me. Jones gave instructions to Kenzie to literally burn me because I was speaking up on behalf of two black women. And I need to be super clear. Jones was burning me because I was trying to speak up for two black women. And Kenzie was like, nah, fuck that. So props to Kenzie. She's a real one. She's a real one.
Yeah, I will also point out one a creator that Jones went to, because I was tangentially involved in it, because one, I was on the panel, and two, I was close with Ivory. So because of that, as a result of that, he and I, according to the message that he sent during the live that he was going to have this conversation, we're not good either, bro. That's all he said to me. We're not good either. Before he went up there, the only message he sent. Never wanted to contact me to explain anything, and I'm not going to be one to go, oh well, big creator Jones is he's mad at me. Let me go find out why. No, because isn't he always the one that says, if you have a problem with me, come step up to me, come to me, come talk to me. He always says that. Coward. He always says that, but he couldn't do that with me. It's strange that he couldn't do that with me, because he had a problem with me because of, I guess he didn't appreciate the way that I didn't handle it. And he also went to one of my best friends on this app, one of the only maybe 4 people at the most that I actually have an outside the app relationship with. One of my closest friends, Alicia, came to me and said, what is up with this? Why is he coming? And I explained to Alicia what's going on, and she told him, no, I'm sorry, that's not happening. I'm not going to separate myself from my friend who I know better than I know you, because you have a problem with him because you didn't think that he handled it the way you wanted him to handle it.
Yeah, Jones put a hit piece out on anyone. And when I say a hit piece out, anytime he would see you on a live, he would message everyone on the live and say, nope, he's dead to the community. On the note of people like Kenzie, I do also want to say thank you to the RTP community. The RTP community, who has been very supportive with the Bobby stuff. The RTP community, who was able to spot that Bobby was an issue and cared that Bobby was an issue. You don't see that a lot. Now, I understand why some people don't want to get into the interpersonal conflict I do get that. But I do appreciate that RTP saw a problem and his community cared. That is important and should be encouraged, and it should be recognized. So thank you all for being supportive, because no one else seems to give a shit. So thank you all for that.
I do want to address something I'm seeing in the comments. I am aware of people who have also been victimized by Jones that have not said anything yet. So if RTP knew about victims and didn't say anything about, it's not his place, guys. It's not his place to do that. And I really think that we should be focusing on the creators that facilitated the harm first. Focus on the ones that facilitate the harm first. Literally, once I see Jones's following count in double digits, then we can have that conversation of burning bridges if that's what you really want. But from what I know, there are some creators that were harmed that literally said, please do not tell anyone. If a victim comes to you and says, please do not say anything, are you really going to say something?
Well, if you're Bobby, then yes.
Yeah, facts, exactly. Y'all want RTP to be Bobby? That's insane. RTP are probably one of the last men on the left, but I don't think is exceptionally sus. You still fall into the man parentheses derogatory close parentheses category, but
I want to be clear. I don't vouch for RTP. RTP
I just said he's a man.
Yeah, he has not shown any red flags at all. That doesn't mean I'm not going to investigate him, because I like to scare him every once in a while. But he's not shown any red flags, and that's telling a lot.
That's what I said. He's one of the few men on this app that I don't think is disgusting.
It looks like RTP got the approval from the FBI in the comments. So I mean, at least that FBI is saying WRTP. So, but I don't know enough about RTP to form an opinion one way or the other.
Yeah. Oh, what I was going to say earlier was I do plan to give like updates as I get them regarding anything with Bobby. So like that. And I'm also going to make a couple videos here and there, just like making sure that the information lives on, not just on this live. But I guess stay tuned for that.
Okay, I think I'm also getting permission to share this as well. RTP also was one of the few people who was an early recognizer of the problems with Jones. I wasn't going to share that until I saw it seemed to be approved to share it. And that is exceedingly rare, because people locked down around Jones real damn tight,
yes, they did.
Real damn quick.
Yep.
Also, I want to say that isn't RTP an ex? Aren't you an ex-Mormon or something, RTP? And like,
yes,
SPF 100. Y'all really couldn't tell me that you expected an ex-Mormon SPF 100 to be able to say something about Jones and him not be ran off this app as like a lying, racist, anti-black misogynist.
True.
Well, let's not give all the credit to RTP. I'm pretty confident that it's all of Jen's good work. So props to RTP's primary mod, because we all know she's the one who runs things.
Well, yes,
obviously everything, literally everything.
But I'm just saying, if y'all are saying like RTP should have said something, he would have been ran off this app as an anti-black, racist, misogynist, SPF 100, 8.5 by 11.
Well, it's good to see Jen co-signing in the comments as well.
Well, I do want to say one thing. I do want to give a little bit of credit, because I think people underestimate the ability of somebody scorned by certain groups well, like the one that RTP left, their ability to kind of like pattern recognize their way through some things. And sometimes that comes from friends that they know, sometimes it comes from what they see themselves. And, but I call that out specifically because I do think that there is the biggest thing that needs to change on the app is the need for people to stop idolizing people on the app. And a lot of people who are going to get out of that are like ex-Mormons, ex-JWs, people who have had their entire life where they see their entire life collapse because they've deconverted. And now they're like, I don't trust anything.
Well,
but also WGen.
I just want to annoy Irish one more time and say W Irish for putting this live together. W Ernesto for hosting.
If Irish drops you back,
Couldn't have
that's
done
on
it
me.
without you because Irish doesn't know how to work a fucking computer.
W Brussels for promoting.
W Brussels for promoting.
And on the topic of promotion, can you all keep a very good eye out on Kenzie's videos? I believe it's going to be next Wednesday. She's going to be dropping a promo for a video series. And don't worry, I've reviewed it. It's actually really, really good because it's not simply Kenzie being Kenzie. It's Kenzie being Kenzie with a whole bunch of receipts and a whole bunch of gossip. And she's like entering a new era where she's like now combining intellectual feminism with tea. And it is a fantastic series that is going to blow the roof off and get some real breaking news. You just got to wait until season or, God, what did she get? Segment 2, part 2. There's like 3 segments. Each segment is 7
I want to
episodes.
say, to sum it all up, it can be defined as it's Kenzie, bitch.
She's adding the bitch to the videos.
So good. Please, please, please. Watch.
Can we categorize it as femity?
No, that sounds like
Irish? No, yeah. I wasn't asking you.
Oh, femity.
Yeah.
Irish doesn't get an
Adorable. Love
opinion.
that.
As someone who can't read, which is Irish, he doesn't get an opinion.
All right. Edith even agrees with me. It's not a good pun. But the series is going to be great. It really is going to be very good. And I think what she's doing is call out lives in a video format, which I think makes a lot of sense, frankly, because not everyone's able to tune in. And I really do think once you get to the 3rd episode, each episode is only about 4 to 7 minutes long. Episode number 3 is where it starts getting really good with the receipts.
How does it feel to be on the same side as Irish, Edith? I just want to ask you that.
We're not on the same side.
Well, you are on this. On my femity.
Same opinion.
Mm-hmm.
It's just when you say the word side, people get denigrated for even association. Like, that's why, like with Alina, I'm trying to make clear that Alina just shares a common value of calling out really abusive people. And one day she'll call me out. That's fine. No, Dream, it's going to be launched. She's launching the teaser trailer on Wednesday. So if you see a teaser trailer
On
coming out
Tuesday.
soon. Oh, it's been moved up? Tuesday.
Yeah.
So once you see that teaser trailer, I'm telling you, you're going to want to watch it. And once it gets to segment 2, woof.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to say that there will be more Blue Sky content, Mr. Blue Sky. There are some things that are in the works that
Witness
are
protection program.
that are I think the people that know can attest will be epic. And yeah, so just look out for that. Goose agrees.
Yeah.
with your babies? With the
All right,
little
should we-
babies?
What kind of dog would you say Goose is?
Wow, wow, wow.
Oh
Should
boy,
we
here
do
we
start
go.
live?
Yeah, we'll just well, I'll
keeping
close it out.
care.
I'm gonna make dinner, so if anybody else wants to go live,
I'll go live. Mac,
Okay.
if
Do you want to go
Alright.
now, and then we could just send them over?
Yeah, I'll go live right now.
Okay. So yeah, we'll take a couple more minutes.
To
for Iris to go
anyone who
live.
gave me gifts, Cash Apps, Venmos, whatever, I appreciate it. I did not expect so many people to send like this amount of money. So I really appreciate it. Period. I do fear though that this is just gonna further the allegations of Bobby saying I'm in it for the money. But I think I
I would like
deserve
to
a little
say-
bit of emotional manipulation and just a little, just some,
compensation, but it needs to come from his pocket.
compensation.
Realistically.
That's the word. I was thinking of another word that I don't think.
Yeah, you
is
couldn't use that one.
applicable to
Yeah, you
me.
couldn't use that one for yourself. Because I know which one you're talking about. Yeah. Here's my thing is, my opinion on that is, you weren't asking for it. You weren't throwing it in there. I don't think any of us here were asking for it. Everyone else felt that they wanted to compensate you for what you've been put through. If he's going to use that or manipulate that in some way, shape, or form, that's on him. We know that's not going to change, and that's on him. So everybody, they wanted to. You didn't ask for it, and even if you did ask for it, so what? So what? This is, and not to say that this is entertaining for everyone, but this is a form of, entertaining is not the best choice of words for it, but this is something that people want to provide some sort of
They're
compensation for.
invested in.
Yeah. So they wanted to provide compensation for that, which is fine, is fine. If in every way, shape, or form, I don't have a problem with that. If he does, then that's fine.
I would like to say that money was not for Coachella. It was for Mac to hire a bodyguard because she's currently
Literally
scared
was
for her
just
life.
about to fucking say that, Brussels.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
was
might
like,
need
we
one
need to
back.
hire her a bodyguard.
What Bro
For
said
God's
last
sake.
night has me definitely stressed. I'll give you that.
Guys, also, you don't want to go to Coachella. Everyone stinks there. Everyone stinks
Yeah,
at
but it's
Coachella.
over anyways.
Yeah,
Literally, the Coachella thing was a joke because it was Coachella season. Coachella would not ever be my first pick for a festival to go to, ever.
Yeah, it just, I've been many times. Coachella's, it's driving distance. It stinks.
The financial argument, though, irritates me because I've literally been in his live and heard him say, okay, like the live, share the live, gift the live, getting excited will give him gifts, literally dragging other creators because he loves creating drama to get clout, to get gifts. So, like, how are you going to sit here and say, literally, like, every accusation is a fucking confession, Bobby?
Judo has
Jesus
admitted to that. He
Christ.
has admitted to that. That was the plan.
I just wanted to say that every single viewer that has ever watched Mac knows that Mac would rather go to a Taylor Swift concert than Coachella.
Honestly,
Lord.
Taylor Swift. Listen, I love Taylor Swift, I do, but like, no, I would love to go to one. Trust, I do love a good. Listen, I think all of you guys who hate on Taylor Swift, the hate is so forced because you're just telling me that you don't understand or you're unable to comprehend the English language.
Mac
and if
is
you want to sit
saving
here
up.
and tell me,
You're about to dig yourself into a hole, and we're going to start a debate about
No. All I have to say is if you did not like Tortured Poets Department, which is her recent album, if you didn't like it, you simply cannot read and you simply need to think on how to further your comprehension skills.
Mac
because
is saving up for the Nickelback tour.
Matt, I have reasons to dislike Taylor Swift because of the industry that I'm in. That's all I'm gonna say. It has nothing to do with her music, and it mostly has to do with her
See,
fans
that's
being
valid.
really fucking
That's
annoying.
a valid
Like,
criticism.
I will genuinely dislike an artist because their fans are so annoying. And
That's
Taylor
very
Swift fans
true.
are the worst. Like, literally the
Taylor
worst.
Swift fans are very, very annoying.
I can't, I still can't subscribe to when fans give themselves names. I can't. The Bay Hive and I can't. But Irish is live, so if you guys want to move over to Irish,
Alright.
he is over there. I need to make some dinner. I'm hungry. So yeah,
Ernesto, check your DMs too, please.
yeah. I will check my DMs, but goodness, it does say hashtag no DM all over the place.
No, on Discord, not on this app.
Still.
Does it still count? Well, Ernesto, fuck. I mean, whatever.
Still, it's just for me. Again, I always say it's not for just your safety; it's for mine as well.
I sat up in mute on this panel for like an hour. God damn it!
I know. But in cases like that, when it was up here, then you definitely could reach out to any of the mods in the chat or Irish, mostly.
Man, all right. You want to say goodbye?
Who? What? When?
Say goodbye to the live man.
Oh. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Appreciate it. Bye, all.
Bye, Ernesto.